To a special session, special meeting at 4:45 p.m. We're a little bit late. We're waiting for a quorum. So we can't take any action unless we have at least one more elected official to add to Christina Medina Dirksen, Councilwoman, and myself. So we have two, but we need at least 3 of the 5 elected officials. So City Attorney Bob Rafferty, I suppose we just hang tight and see if a couple others join us.
I think that would be the best course because we really do need to adopt the resolution here that would continue our Zoom meetings until a future date.
Can someone contact the other council members?
Yes, Mayor. I just heard Councilmember Burnett is coming back from a appointment, so he's going to be a little late. He may not make this, and I'm just checking with Mayor Pro Tem Biala right now.
I'm actually, I'm communicating with her. She's having trouble, so I'm trying to get her to click on the link from the agenda itself.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Any word from Councilmember Berkeley?
Oh, yeah. She contacted me and said that she's going to be late for today's meeting.
I had a friend of mine in law school, Christina, Monterey College of Law, and one person in our class was always late. And the guy behind me would always make the comment, he'd say, punctuality is the art of wasting only your own time. And I think it took me almost a semester to understand what it meant, but I think it's true. Anyway, we have Mayor Pro Tem. Great.
All right, so if we could have a call to order, please, Anita. Welcome, Kathy Biala. Matt Mogeson, can you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Present.
Councilmember Burnett is not here. Councilmember Berkeley is not present. Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Here.
And Mayor Delgado.
Here. Okay, why don't we move the moment of silence to the general meeting? We'll move on now to our action item to consider a resolution regarding the Ralph Brown Act.
And
Bob Rafferty, you want to take it from here?
I could be, yes, Mr. Mayor, I could be very quick about that. Thank you all for attending tonight. As I was explaining, as we were waiting for the meeting to commence, I really suggested to the city manager that we have this meeting tonight because I just felt it was the safest course for us to proceed under the new law, which changed as of October 1st. The governor has changed his executive orders under which we were holding these Zoom remote meetings previously, and the legislature adopted AB 361, which will allow the meetings to continue in this context. And also AB 361 goes a little bit broader. So if there was another declaration of emergency, it has to be a declaration of emergency by the governor, not a local declaration. But if there was a major earthquake or some other natural disaster that required us to hold emergency meetings like this, we would be able to do that under this new law. And the law went into effect on October 1st. And it's a little bit, has a few little differences from the way we were doing things before. Actually, everything on the second page of the staff report that identifies the requirements, we were doing those before. So we've stayed pretty well within the letter of not only the old law, but also the new law. And there's 2 essential ways that the city can continue to hold remote meetings. One of them is when the Monterey County Health Officer issues an order recommending social distancing. And the Monterey County Health Officer has issued a recent order, which Lane was kind enough to provide to me on last Friday. It's the first time I saw it. And when I was preparing the resolution, the order that I did find on the Monterey County Health Officer's website was in regards to guidance to business, which is still there and recommends social distancing. The other way to do these meetings is if the council itself finds that the public health and safety would be jeopardized by holding a meeting in person. So I've really set the resolution up both ways because I was afraid with the Monterey County, I wasn't sure what the Monterey County Health Officer was going to do in the short term. So I wanted to make sure that we would be able to hold our meeting tonight and hold our meetings now, at least for the next 30 days, up through the November 2nd meeting. We'll be able to hold those remotely. There's nothing that prevents you when you decide that your preference would be to go back to holding meetings in person. There's nothing that would prevent you from doing that. This action you're taking tonight just allows you to hold these meetings remotely as we have been doing. So with that, if anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Okay, anyone with questions for Bob? If not, we could entertain a motion for the
I
resolution.
do have a question. My hand is raised.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Christina.
In reading the resolution, it does apply to the city council. And I did have a question if that could be expanded to include commissions or other quasi judicial bodies of the council.
My recommendation would be that the council commissions, the planning commission, economic development commission, and those commissions adopt their own resolutions. I know that some bodies are doing it, having the city council or the board of supervisors for some counties adopt it that would apply to all the commissions. But I really think the safest course, and I didn't come up with this myself. We have a city attorneys, we call it the listserv, sort of a chat room for city attorneys across the state where you can post inquiries and get answers. And that was one of the inquiries that was posted. And the safest course was recommended to be that the individual commissions do their own resolutions for the same reason that we're doing ours tonight. It's just the safest way to proceed in this relatively new area of the law.
If I can follow up, was there any time of the essence though? Did they have to pass it by a certain time? And do we?
They would pass it at their first meetings generally is the way they do it.
Okay. Thank you.
But Bob, yeah, how about if we add this to like Councilmember Medina Dirksen is suggesting, and we still move ahead like the Planning Commission and put it on their next regular scheduled meeting, but let's go ahead and add it tonight. It certainly wouldn't hurt us. There'd be a double measure in case something happens at our next Planning Commission meeting and we aren't able to get it in place. Would that work?
Well, I don't know how I would add it. Like I say, the safest courses would be to have the planning commission do it themselves. That's the safest course to protect their actions from a
Right.
Brown Act challenge.
Could the
And
land-
that's our intent. That's our plan to
Yeah.
do that.
I think the
But-
council could recommend adoption by, you're saying to have the council impose the requirement on the
Well,
commissions?
Well,
or
I
direct
think
staff?
as she suggested, just go ahead and add it to this resolution. So it's here, but our intent is also to additionally at the planning commission meeting, add it to there and have them do it separately.
Well, that would be one way to do it. Not the best way, but if that's your preference, we could do that.
Could,
Let's
Could we
find out
just-
where to do it.
yeah,
One moment, please,
Bob?
Kathy. Just one moment, please, Kathy. Christina Medina Dirksen, are you done? Do you have any more input?
I would just suggest some language that said something to the effect of directing staff to include such declarations for city commissions and bodies acting on behalf of the city.
Yeah, it would be, the city commissions essentially would be the planning commission, the ones that actually make decisions. I'd suggest if you want to add it, as Lane is suggesting, that we do so in section 4 of the now therefore section of the, where it says, as a consequence of the state of emergency, city council does hereby find and determine that its meetings and all meetings of its constituent bodies subject to the Brown Act shall be conducted without compliance with paragraph 3. That would do it. And I have no problem with that.
Okay, before we go any further, this is a time for questions. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
No, it wasn't a question. It was more helping to add where to put the language in. And just as a comment, the city council is over those committees and commissions, and so I think we would have the legal ability to implement this for their bodies as well. It's just my thought.
It would be an open question under the Brown Act, though, and generally, it's not a chance you want to take if you don't have to.
Okay.
Okay, so any more input? Someone like to make a motion or just, make a motion and we can discuss the exact language?
I'll make a motion that the city council adopt the resolution regarding the Ralph M. Brown Act and Assembly Bill 361, making certain findings and authorizing the city to implement remote teleconference public meetings of the city for the period commencing October 5th, 2021 through November 4th, 2021, with the added language that for, let's see, that would be 2.4, is that to read
Paragraph 4.
paragraph 4, to add as a consequence of the state emergency, city council does hereby find and determine that its meetings and all meetings of its constituent bodies subject to the Brown Act, blah, blah, blah.
Perfect.
Okay, good.
Very good.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any more comments before we go to a vote? I don't see anyone in the public sphere. So Anita, if we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala, Mayor Delgado,
Yes. Kathy, did you vote? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
You may have voted, I just didn't hear you. Okay, so that motion passes 3-0 unanimously. And
breathing.
we're going to move into closed session. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Tina Nieto, do you have any
Actually,
comment? I just want to say hi.
We should convene first an open session in the regular meeting.
Okay, do we have to get off the phone now or stay with us?
I don't think we need to leave this meeting right now, Matt, do we? We could just, the special meeting would then be adjourned and we would convene as the city council for a regular meeting.
All right, bye. I'm leaving because you're closed meeting, but I was keeping an eye on you. I'm watching.
Yeah,
Thanks, chief.
we will reopen this meeting, but I think what you're saying is you need to kind of open the regular general session.
Exactly.
Councilmember Biala is, oh no, you're blinking now. I was gonna say you're frozen, so I didn't know if.
Yeah, I was frozen for just a little while. I'm having some really bad troubles today with internet.
All
It
right,
might
so we're
help
going
if you
to,
have time to reboot.
we adjourn the meeting we just had, which was a special meeting. And then we will open the next regular meeting, which is now at 5 o'clock, and make sure that Mayor Pro Tem Biala has technical issues addressed before we get into the agenda for the rest of this regular meeting. So we're now in the regular meeting at 5 p.m. And Kathy, do you need any help at this point?
No, I'm fine.
Everybody's good. Okay.
Do we need to do another roll call?
We should
Yes.
technically, yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Present.
Councilmember Burnett, Councilmember Berkeley, Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. Thank you, everyone. Bob, any changes to the closed session agenda before we move into closed session?
No, sir. All the items remain as posted.
So we'll move into closed session and come back to open session at 6:30.
Thank you.
See everyone there. session, but it's Tuesday, October 5th, 2021. So this is a Marina City Council meeting. Coming out of closed session, we always ask our city attorney representative, Bob Rathie, to give a summary for everybody what occurred during the last hour and a half. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the council did meet in closed session this evening after an earlier, very brief special meeting. And the council received information and provided direction on the item under 3 cases of existing litigation. Council did not discuss the items this evening under real property negotiations and did not touch on labor negotiations either. However, I believe council is reserving the right to return to closed session after the open session this evening, if necessary, and if time allows for labor negotiations. And a very brief report was given on the item 3D, which was 1 case of existing litigation, Wilson versus City of Marina. A very brief report was received. So information was given and direction provided, and no reportable action was taken this evening in the closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We're going to have a pledge of allegiance. We did not do one earlier tonight in deference to having some public with us at this time. Would anyone like to volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
I will.
Our city manager, Lane Long, beat our city attorney to the punch. So after a moment of silence, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Lane.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Lane, for being a good sport, as always. We have a couple of special presentations. The first one regards breast cancer awareness. And do we have anyone that would like to represent us on that? Anyone in the public sector?
Yeah. I don't think we have anyone in the public, but if that's proclamation you or one of the council members wanted to read, would be great.
Would anyone, let's go with Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. Thank you, Christina.
Sure. I'm going to read the proclamation. This is a proclamation recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month for October 2021. Whereas breast cancer is among the top 3 incidents of cancer in our community, and whereas 1 in 8 women in the United States will develop breast cancer in her lifetime, although significantly less common, men also are susceptible to developing breast cancer. And whereas 3 major factors influence a person's risk for developing breast cancer are gender, age, and changes in certain breast cancer genes. Researchers have found females over 50 are the most susceptible to developing the disease. And whereas while these factors are beyond one's control, the Marina community can help reduce their risk of breast cancer by maintaining a healthy body weight, exercising regularly, getting enough sleep, controlling stress, abstaining from alcohol, and avoiding exposure to carcinogens and excessive radiation. And whereas breast cancer screenings, including mammograms, clinical breast exams, and breast self-exams are also play an important role in breast cancer prevention and detection. And whereas there's currently no cure for breast cancer, researchers, organizations, and individuals are dedicating their time, their energy, and resources to developing a cure to prevent future health issues and unnecessary loss of life from this devastating disease. And whereas this council encourages all Marina residents to learn the facts about breast cancer and take the necessary preventative measures and support those individuals and their families who are currently battling breast cancer and honor those who have lost lives. And this October, we take time to recognize the hardworking community members, organizations, and healthcare providers working toward a cure, and we honor all breast cancer survivors and victims for their strength, grace, and perseverance, and I will add, and their families as well. Be it resolved, Bruce Delgado, Mayor, does hereby proclaim this October 21st as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Marina.
All right. Thank you very much, Tina. Good job.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Tina, go ahead, chief.
Yeah, I also just want to let the public know that the Marina Police Department this year again will be participating in the Pink Patch Project. So you'll see officers wearing the pink patch on their uniform. This was started in 2013 in Southern California. And today, hundreds of police, fire, EMS, sheriffs, and federal departments worldwide. There's Eddie Anderson, Commander Anderson, that has it on. He's wearing one. Participate in this program, and the pink patches are sold through our Police Officers Association, and the money that they raise for it goes towards breast cancer. In addition, you'll be seeing us wearing both fire and police the pink T-shirts, and we'll be wearing the pink pins during the month of October. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to you, chief, and to your department, such as Commander Anderson. It's great that the fire and police do this on a regular basis. It's wonderful to support that like you're doing. It's great. All right, Sherry Segrist, our Recreation and Cultural Service Director. I don't see him on the call tonight, but he's next up with the Recreation Office. Hello, Terry.
He's here. He's here. Evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and the members of the public. Let's go through our recreation announcements for this evening. Glad to see everyone. So the first one is just, again, we're going to run through some of our food resources that continue. So Marina High School has their Scholar Resource Center, and the Scholar Resource Center is open. Now we're on break, so it's not open this week, but during the school, when school's in session, it's open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 1. And it provides all kinds of resources, clothing, food, toiletries, other things to support families in need. And again, I just want to mention that we have thanks to Councilmember Viala, we have a $10,000 donation to that from the Sierra Club. So the Resource Center is alive and well. Next slide, please. In our senior food and support system, there we go. Meals are available, delivered directly to the home for our homebound seniors. And the phone number to make contact for that is 800-510-2020. And these are home deliveries, breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week. Our weekly meal provided by Epiphany Church every Thursday, 4:30 to 5:30. The Epiphany Church is located at Carmel Avenue and California. And again, this meal is provided every Thursday, 4:30 to 5:30. In addition, they do breakfast with friends. They do that on the second and fourth Saturday of every month. This is from 9 to 10:30. Again, this is held at Epiphany Church, 425 Carmel Avenue in Marina. In our recreation activities, keep in mind that we did keep our virtual clubhouse open, our Marina Recreation and Cultural Services virtual community center. So those activities and those activities and the virtual information is still online, and you can still join and take part in our virtual recreation center. In addition to that, we have our weekly clubhouse of virtual activities. These are live activities that we do in collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club. And you can see there's a wide variety of programs that take place: art, movement, recreation, tech, education. And so this flyer is posted online. These take place Monday through Friday, and you can see the days and the times that we offer the virtual recreation programs. Next slide. Getting back with our seniors, the first program that we've restarted outside at DiMaggio Park on Mondays is the Growing Stronger. This is a strength and conditioning and exercising session specifically targeted to our seniors, presented by Monterey Bay Moves. And so every Monday, 10 o'clock at DiMaggio Park, our seniors can participate in the Growing Stronger program. Moving up, and this just kind of gives a brief idea what Growing Stronger class is like. It's to build strength, maintain bone density, improve balance, etc., etc. It's an excellent program supported by Monterey Bay Moves. We want to congratulate them as well as becoming part of the Blue Zones project. The other class that's ongoing for our seniors is our Wednesday yoga. Again, specially supporting the seniors in our community. This is again another outdoor program over at DiMaggio Park every Wednesday, 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Supporting COVID testing in collaboration with the school district and light speed testing every Thursday at the teen center, 12 to 2. We provide testing for COVID, open to all students, parents, staff, community, anyone that we can support that needs COVID testing. Our dance fitness is back Wednesdays, 7 o'clock at DiMaggio Park. 15 people maximum for each one of our Wednesday night classes. And then Saturday, starting last Saturday at Preston Park at 10 o'clock is our outdoor fitness. And so these are open to all, free of charge. So come join us for adult fitness. We're right in the middle of fall break for our school folks. And so the Youth Center's fall camp is alive and well and in full session, 8 in the morning till 6 at night over at the community center. And again, we're still open and we'll take your young people. The teen center, also alive and well over the break. We are open from 12 to 6 all through the break. And we just want to announce that after 6 months, we were able to acquire the PS5. So we have PS5s on site. For those of you that are into the video gaming, you know how hard it is to get those systems, but we got our PS5s. Also, to keep our teams active, we have open gym and basketball in a collaborative with MPUSD all through the fall break from noon to 2. Those of you that are in middle school and high school can hop over to the Los Arblos gym. COVID protocols are in place for our open gym program. One of our new starts is our Marina Teen Center esports program. So our esports program is just been started, and it's an excellent program. Those of you that, again, that are into gaming, you know all about esports and how popular this is. We now have a esports program, and it will give prizes and regular activities under esports. Marina Branch Library After School Homework Center. If you need help, visit the Homework Center. Tuesdays, 2 to 7, Wednesdays, 1 to 7, Thursdays, 2 to 6. The library staff will take good care of you. All ages available. This is a no-charge program. And again, it's an open door drop-in program. So folks that need help with their children's homework, there's the place to go. And we want to thank the Friends of Marina Library. This weekend, 2 big activities. The first is our City Marina and PAL presenting Central Coast Carnage for the Best Trick Skate Jam. Registration at 9 will start at 10. Entry fee $5. Helmets required at the skate park. And the big $250 free access to one of our skateboard shops is the grand prize. So come join us for our Best Trick Skate Jam. Equestrian Center is moving forward with its Halloween drive-through. That'll be the night of the 23rd. That'll be from 6 to 9. So again, this has been an excellent event, COVID compliant. So come and join us for that. And then the excellent job they do with the Equestrians Fall Festival. And the Fall Festival will take place, again, that will take place on the 23rd from 11 to 2 out at the Equestrian Center. So we're encouraging everyone to participate in that. And be looking at the next council meeting for all of your citywide Halloween activities. Those are coming. We got a great slate of Halloween activities headed your way. And then lastly, and most importantly, the Rotary Car Show at DiMaggio Park this weekend. One of the best car shows in the county at DiMaggio Park. So join all of us for the great car show this weekend. Mr. Mayor, those are your recreation announcements for this evening.
All right, fantastic, Terry. And of course, we look forward to hearing the Halloween slate coming up. All right, let's go to the public. Anyone on the public side of the ledger here wishing to give up to 4 minutes of comments on anything that's not on today's agenda later tonight, when you'll have another chance to comment at that time. Just raise your Zoom hand if anyone would like to speak at this time. We got Chad and Gabriel and Grace, Larry, Elizabeth, Patricia, Paula, and Wi-Fi 64 2020. Elizabeth, Fisher, go ahead.
Even stop met eten.
Can you start over, Elizabeth? When I was trying to unmute you, I
Unmute.
muted you. Elizabeth,
Oh.
can you start over, please?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody. So Lisbeth Visser, resident of Marina. And tonight I would like to ask a question on behalf of our mail carrier, who is not using Zoom and who nowadays regularly has to work until 9 p.m. to get all mail delivered. She recently asked me how she can be eligible to buy a home in one of the new developments in our city. A few months ago, I received the same question from a local police officer. So my question is, what has the city done, or what is the city planning to do to inform its residents about options for workforce below market rate or inclusionary housing? Please tell me that it is more than the answer that you accepted from one of the developers, which was that they have used social media. Thank you. And thank you for all you're doing.
All right, thank you. And we'll get to all these questions as soon as public comment's over. Anybody else? Brad, Chad, Grace, Gabriel, anybody else want to raise their Zoom hand with questions or comments at this time? Okay, we'll give you a couple more moments before we close public comment. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We just had that one question. Lane, do you want to take a shot at affordable, below market rate, inclusionary housing and what the city's doing?
Sure. That there actually is a lot going on with that. Some of the things I can't tell.
I'm sorry, Lane, let me jump in here, Lane. I think her question was, what are we doing to inform residents about these options?
Yeah, so because we're in mediation, we aren't moving forward on informing a lot until we can get some of these things resolved. But we will have a very aggressive program on what we end up with our below market rate housing. Matt can actually jump in a little bit. We had a program put together with the Dunes with their workforce until once we looked at it, it didn't make sense. But Matt can maybe highlight some of the requirement on the public outreach that we had put together and required for the Dunes.
Yeah, thank you, Lane. So for the Dunes, they did do their social media campaign, and I believe they also put some ads in the paper. However, you know, as you guys are aware at this point, that program has been altered a bit because we realized that what they were selling the current duets for was a workforce price. So I guess what we would say to anybody who's interested in purchasing a home in the Dunes to go on their website, which you can easily get to by Googling the Dunes on Monterey Bay, and you would just click on the button that says get pre-qualified. The sale price of those homes are going to be the same as the sale price under a workforce program. So there's no difference there. So that's how you'd enter that. For you know, I think what Lane has also alluded to that you know, over at Sea Haven the next year, we should start having some homes that we will be actually doing a more robust marketing program for. Does that help?
All right, thank you both very much. And Elizabeth, as always, we didn't exactly answer to your satisfaction. Please contact Lane or Matt, and maybe they can answer it better than we were able to tonight. All right, so we're going to move on to 7A, which is a consent agenda for the successor agency, not the city council, but the successor agency to the former Marina Redevelopment Agency. We just have a resolution authorizing investment of some monies. So does any member of the public wish to ask a brief question or make a brief comment or pull that for a deeper discussion? If not, we'll ask the city council the same question. I'm sorry, let's table what I just said. We have a couple hands up because I think I overlooked the fact that we go now to special announcements from council members. Let's start with Council Member David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to challenge the response of our assistant city manager and city manager in characterizing the workforce housing program we voted on as being ineffectual or not working. I would urge the members of the city to do their own analysis. The workforce program that was in place up until this council voted to rescind it made sure that those who had a certain bracketed income level would at least have the opportunity to purchase these homes. Granted, they were at the housing level of the prevailing cost, but their incomes were protected. Their incomes were selected so that they could participate. And now that is no longer true. So I just want to correct our assistant city manager that the truth of the matter was that the workforce housing program did afford 43 people with the opportunity, or 9 families actually, to purchase a home that otherwise they would not have been able to purchase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And my understanding was that 9 families already did fit in, but the remaining 43 families would have to pay market rate. So they could afford it, but they can still afford it. So even though they're not going to be called bridge homes, workforce housing, they can still buy those homes without all the paperwork because they still qualify with their income to afford them.
Mr. Mayor, can I rebut your statement?
Absolutely.
Since you're arguing my argument? I think I'm entitled to rebut what you just said.
Absolutely.
So the truth of the matter is that those 43 families who were income qualified would have to pay a market rate, but those who could afford the houses without being income qualified would not have been interested in these products because they could have purchased any house they want. But those particular houses, you had to make a certain level, 150% of the median income. So those people, those 43 families are no longer eligible because now the product is no longer priced in that range.
Yeah, and my rebut is that the product is still priced in that range, and those 43 families and millions of other families can purchase it. But maybe we can get some input from Lane or Matt, whoever our staff expert is, to chime in on this discrepancy.
Yeah, I think you're correct in that the price isn't going to change, but the pool will increase. And so previously under the workforce, it was restricted to a certain income level. And with those restrictions off, the pool does increase. And then the question was, if at the market rate, are they, for that price, are they interested in that product or they be going to another product?
And we asked that of the developer, and they said they're on a first come, first serve. They don't let people outbid one another. And that was part of the reason why the council majority voted to remove the paperwork and keep the homes at the same price so that those 43 families could still buy those homes, but there'd be no paperwork costing tens of thousands of dollars per home for the city or the developer. And so instead we got the 1.6 million extra that we can put toward affordable housing and still allow those 43 families, should they wish, to buy those same homes if it's on a first come, first served basis. All right, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
I would like to just announce that there is a Friends of the Marina Library Dad's Reads this weekend. Nehemiah Gallardo, who's a pastor at Ocean Rock Church, will be reading to kids outside from, let's see, what time is it at? He's also a Marina resident. It will happen from, give me 1 second. I believe it's from 10 to 11:30 outside the church. I'm sorry, outside the library. And we will also have a costume change. It'll be in front of the costume drop off. If you have some old costumes that you'd like to share with kids, it's from 9 until noon in front of the playground. The other is, so if you have any costumes you'd like to exchange, if you have any that your children have grown out of or you've grown out of, I urge you to drop by and be part of the exchange. The other thing is, Elizabeth mentioned the male personnel. I just wanted to note, if you're on the Walmart side of town, we had our mail's been late because of our mail delivery person, unfortunately, was involved in a car accident. So he's on light duty, but as I understand, they're really trying very hard to cover the shift and get our mail to us. So just have some patience as it's arriving later and later in the night. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Bayala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to ask a question related to Lisbeth Fisher's comment. Is there anything that would preclude our council to be able to make announcements about affordable homes as they become available in Marina? I think so many of these are open up to everyone, in the region and perhaps outside of the region. And so if we could have announcements at our city council where mostly residents of Marina listen in on, I think that would be a very special kind of announcement and outreach. Is that possible?
Not only is it possible, it will be really important for us to do, because under our below market rate housing program that we're going to implement, is the first priorities are going to be for people that live in Marina, people that work in Marina, our employees of the city, school district employees. And so that is going to be the first priority. And so that is who we're marketing to, not the outside world. So that will absolutely happen.
So that could be on, is that on general public announcements? Somebody from staff can regularly say that?
Oh yeah, when we're ready with those programs, we will have a whole program put together of how we need to get that, because we need to get the information out for the people to apply for those units.
Great, wonderful. And then I just had an announcement. I want to remind everybody that if you've had the Pfizer vaccine beginning September 24th, the CDC has recommended a booster shot, so a third shot, and you should consider having one if you're between 18. If your people are ages 65 and over, your residents in long-term care settings, people aged 50 to 64 years with underlying medical conditions, including many racial and ethnic minority groups and people with disabilities at risk of health inequities. And they also additionally recommend a booster to people aged 18 through 49 years with underlying medical conditions, people aged 18 through 64 who are at increased risk for COVID-19 exposure and transmission because of occupational or institutional settings. So just wanted to remind everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to mention a thank you to the volunteers that showed up to Del Monte Boulevard and Lapis Road. The weekend before last, they cleaned up a ton of garbage along there, as they do every month. And so I just want to shout out thank you to them and everyone at Citizens for Sustainable Marina. Thanks to all the volunteers around the community. It's just great to see the products and the process or the progress everyone makes as volunteers. And a shout out to the railroad handcar operations brought to the city marina for the first time in our county's history. we had public riding the railroad under their own power. 6,000 visitors to our city. Many of them were Marina residents, but many of them were not Marina residents. But 6,000 people took advantage, got to ride under their own power on our railroad. And our Mayor Pro Tem Biala made sure that the city's restaurant brochures were available to all the riders, and the operators of the handcar operation told us that those brochures were very popular with the visitors. And so I hope that the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau and all of the chambers of commerces in our region appreciate another reason that people had to stay another day in the Monterey area. And it was all brought to us by a family with a dream who spent 10 years and tens of thousands of dollars to bring that dream to Marina. And it was quite successful with a lot of happiness generated on the railroad through Marina, that three-mile section that made for a 6-mile loop. They're going to try to come back next year, but Ventura County doesn't want them. Santa Cruz County doesn't want them. It's possible that Monterey County Transit Authority, the owners of the railroad, they may not want them either. They were kind of arm twisted to say yes this year. So hopefully it was so successful that they'll say yes quicker next year, but it's not a sure thing. But I do hope that they're able to come back. They have ideas on doing things in a more grand format. So if they do come back, there'll be even more fun and more people taking advantage of it and coming to Marina, and people in Marina having an opportunity. They didn't this summer to ride the Marina Railroad under their own power next summer. It's a real hoot. So that was great. And thank you to city staff for their role in supporting the handcar operation here in Marina. And for TAMSI for approving it and working with it and supporting it once it was going. So we do want to thank TAMSI for allowing that to occur on the railroad that they own that runs through our city. Okay, so if no one else has any special announcements, we'll move now to the successor agency consent agenda. Does any member of the public wish to speak on that issue? And I'll offer the same question to City Council. And if someone would like to make a motion, we can move through that item now. Paula Pillow, go ahead. Paula, I hope you're not having trouble.
No, I unmuted and then it muted me again, so I don't know why. But anyway, is this the item having to do with authorization for the Lath investment?
Yes.
Okay, so I do have a couple of quick questions, if I could ask those now. Is that possible?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I want to know, does the city have a policy as to how much temporarily available surplus funds can be invested at any time in LAIF? And also, how much do we currently have invested in LAIF, and what is the rate of return? Those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this topic? All right. I have those 3 questions. We'll close public comment. What's the rate of return? How much do we have invested already? And how much of our surplus dollars can be invested in the local agency investment funds?
Mayor, I think
Maria?
Marisol.
Yeah, I can go ahead and speak to that. So for the city, we have a $75 million cap that we actually just reached for excess cash. If you guys recall, when our previous finance director were here, we had some T-notes, and those T-notes matured over this last year. So we do have an investment policy, of course, that we abide by, and we could look into, with a new finance director, coordinate future T-notes or safer investments. Currently, I think LAIF is about 0.2%. not very high. Of course, life is one of the safer investments and trends very low, and usually is well behind market. That's why we could diversify if needed. And successor agency has about 4 million in life currently.
Marisol, can you explain that $75 million cap that I think you said we've reached? I don't understand that. It sounds like we have a lot of money.
Yeah, so we do a pooled account. So we successor agency is separate, but we do have cash pulled for other things like habitat management. We have some of the FOR proceeds held over in there. So we have total non-successor agency of 75 million.
Is that liquid assets or assets that we'll never cash in on? I don't know about that 75 million.
Okay, so yeah, we do have restricted. This follows our restricted balances, but they're just held in that fund until we want to use them. So that's not all liquid cash, no.
Can you give a couple of examples, just a couple of examples that are held in sort of this abeyance?
Sure. We have earlier this year we received 300,000 habitat management from the county. So that is restricted to habitat management, and so we hold it over in life until we want to draw it down and use it.
Okay, very interesting. David, Councilmember Burnett, did you have input at this time?
Yes, my audio was breaking up. Marisol, I'm sorry, did you say 0.2% or 2%?
Actually, let me double check that right now since I'm logged into our system. I don't have those things off the top of my head.
Yeah, 0.2 sounds all right. Not where I'd put my money. I'd put my money on the Red Sox since they're beating the Yankees 3-0.
Oh, yep, we can send Paula a copy of our investment policy that really
Yeah.
that covers all.
I had a follow-up question also. How much of that 75 million is unrestricted?
So that's going to follow our fund balances that they'll track closely to what we have in our budget on those summary pages. But we can get a more detailed breakdown for you, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Maybe on a rainy day, staff can add to an agenda that's not full, a little discussion on that fund. I think that number surprises.
Well, we do report the quarterly investment report, and we could expand to answer some of these questions as well, so we can have that in, available, I would say.
Okay, thank you. I'll motion that we adopt a resolution before us to authorize the investment of these monies in this fund. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion before we go to a vote? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Yeah, I had my hand up before the motion. It doesn't matter though. But so this fund, there is quite a bit of unrestricted funds, but do we conceive of this kind of like our emergency fund? I'm trying to understand the money in this.
Yeah, I can jump into that because all of our funds are we invest and we invest according to our policy. And so like our 20% emergency fund, that's almost $5 million. And most of these funds are restricted, but you had debt service and our debt service requirements that you have to save. And so all of our funds in aggregate, we have there, and then we follow our investment policy. When T-bills and CDs made sense to invest those. And we look at how much that we have to keep liquid to be able to pay our ongoing expenditures, but we balance that. And if it makes sense to get into the CD market, we'll do that. And we did that for a while. If it makes sense on T-bills, we'll do that. What we don't invest in is derivatives and risky funds like that. Although I was in a CalPERS discussion just last week, so they're talking about their investment returns and things that they're changes they're making to their investment policies. But we're very conservative. LAIF is a backup, but if there's very secure ones that are paying more, we certainly will invest in those as long as we can keep the liquidity that we need.
So it's like a holding tank for putting money where we know we're going to have to spend, but that cap of 75 million that we've already met, that is way over the amount of any amount of revenues that the city generates as a whole, correct? So is there a lot of money there that is not accounted for in terms of expenditures for the year or 2 years?
So, yeah, so just to frame it in today's budget, we'll talk about how our operating budget is almost $28 million, just the general fund operating budget. Our total budget is almost $57 million. So just our budget for this year. And so that rolls in the airport, that rolls in funds that are in our capital improvement program. And so just our total budget is 57 million. So you can kind of see how we can get up to that cap very easily. And then you put in the different restricted funds that we have to have. So I can see how the council is kind of battling. Marisol, I'll give an example, 300,000 and how are we up to 75 million?
Yeah, because we got 15 million still.
A better framework of, if you look at our total budget this year, just alone is almost $57 million.
Yeah, so then 60 minus, 75 is, we still have 15 million. That's a lot of money to me.
Right, but then our, like we have certain debt service requirements, things you have to have and it can very easily get up to that 75 million cap.
All right, let's go Juan Lopez, our finance director, and then we'll go to Councilmember Burnett.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify as well. So we actually just reached that $75 million threshold. And so upon approval, of course, we will reach out to LAIF and we've discussed with them increasing that threshold. And so, it's, the 75 million isn't readily, it is certainly available and easily accessible, but there are certain commitments that we have and restrictions that we have with those funds. So public facilities impact fees, the various, so that's there. It's ready to be appropriated if the council so chooses, right? And then we would release those funds and transfer them over to, consider it like moving your money over from a savings account over to a checking account, and then, paying for various projects as they come forward. But yeah, we will explore raising that that cap that LAIF has put upon us. And right, the interest rate right now is 0.2%. It's been that way. It's been pretty low for the last 2 years. And so any residual money we put in there and get some interest. We want to gather those pennies as best we can, because every dollar counts here.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I understand. I just want to get clarity. So how much is being invested? And then also in the resolution, are we authorizing all of it, or are we authorizing a percentage of it?
I think these resolutions are just adding Juan Lopez, our new finance director, as signatories. I think that's where the wording got a little skewed there. So we have to do every bank account, or we had to do LAIF separately and then the other one together. So we're really just adding him as a signatory and updating the
So
ability
this isn't an authorization to invest. This is purely signatories, changing the signatories.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll clarify too, LAIF has very specific requirements as far as the resolutions that that we're expected to bring to them. And so, I wanted to stick to their script and provide this. It really isn't updated signatories, but it's in their specific format. And so we also had to split it up between successor agency and the city as well. So you're correct. They're just adding me to the signatories, and we already have an investment pool with them, and we continue to monitor cash flow with them as needed.
All right, it's
Thank
part
you.
of the, thank you,
Those
David.
are
Part
my
of,
questions.
thanks. And those are good questions because part of the resolution says that the board of directors hereby authorizes the deposit and withdrawal to this fund. So it does seem like it's a double purpose. One is to get the signatures to include our new finance director, and the other purpose is to authorize deposit and withdrawal monies into this fund. Is that correct, Juan?
Yeah. It's if we had it our way, we'd have clarified it and maybe put it in more specific terms. But LAIF has their very specific requirements on the resolution, and so I said let's stick to that and allow me to put myself as well as the other signatories and refresh our agreement that we essentially have with LAIF. So.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Burnett.
Just so I'm clear, not to beat this to death. So we're authorizing deposits and withdrawals, but how much of the fund are we authorizing? Or is this 100%? Or I don't understand the language.
Well, I think through this action, you're essentially authorizing me to go up to the what's permissible in our investment policy, really. So it aligns with that, and
Okay.
Right now, 75 million is essentially the cap for now, and that could be raised, of course, in the future.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, David. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. If there's no further comments, we'll ask our city clerk to give us a roll call.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thanks, everyone. So that motion's passed unanimously. And we have another consent agenda for the city council, another group of decisions to be made with one vote. Does any member of this public wish to make any brief comment or question or pull any item for deep discussion? These are things like meeting minutes and, again, what we just did, authorizing investment of the LAIF funds. Paula, go ahead, Paula, welcome back.
Good evening again. And thank you for that discussion. I don't know if you remember, Bruce, but I managed a $700 million investment fund for the county of Santa Cruz. So I'm very familiar with investment policies, et cetera. So I'll be very interested to look at ours again in the city. The item that I wanted to look at was 8B1, the minutes for August 31st. If you look at, I think it's page 2 of those minutes, it starts out with an item, I think it was the MEA item, the contract, and it starts off with council questions. And I realized those meetings were pretty hellacious in trying to keep track of everything. And I also assume that we rely heavily on the live transcript. But if you look at that first section, it says questions, and all those are just quick phrases. And it doesn't say whether it's a comment, a question. It just kind of is this one long run-on thing. And if you go down far enough, I think on something like line 7, there's also a misspelling of fees. I just wish that some way we could get a better handle on that, because this is really kind of the record when people go out on the internet and they're trying to look up information on council decisions and what discussions were. That is just really not clear. I mean, just look at that section and you'll see what I mean. And this is, please forgive me, Anita, this is not a criticism of you. I think it's how we're just doing this, that we have so much material and so much spoken at these meetings that it's very difficult to capture it. But those are not questions. They're just like hanging chats. They're just phrases. And I don't even know what most of them mean. So I'm concerned about it. I don't know what you choose to do about it. That's your business, but I really think that is a inadequate representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And we'll address that as soon as public comments over. Anybody else with comments on our consent agenda items? All right. So we'll go ahead and close.
Mr. Mayor, I think on the consent agenda, we do need to pull the one item, L1, which is approval of the ADU changes to the zoning ordinance for a separate roll call. It's an ordinance approval.
L1, okay. So we'll do that. So now that public comment has been closed, I think that our city clerk is trying to go beyond action minutes, giving as much information as she can. And in so doing, it has a big paragraph there at the top of page 2 that really is nonsensical, although it's probably somewhat of a record of what was discussed. So I would suggest that we pull that and let the city clerk and the city manager decide what to do about it, just so that the average reader could make sense out of it. And if you want to strike it, then you can strike it. If you want to clarify it, we can clarify it. But to have it in there now, which is kind of a confusing paragraph, I don't think it does us any justice there, any good. So I think that was a good point. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I doubt if we'll have any other contentious issues coming before us that would require these kinds of comments. But in the off chance that we might have, perhaps we can give some direction to staff that if the comments are, very long, and maybe the city attorney can weigh in on this, can we wait until they, that they have adequate time to address them, or and not be, feel like they're under the gun to get them, because I'd rather have them right in a long sense than confusing and nonsensical.
Right. Okay. So I'll make a motion. We pull that and we pull L1, but we approve the rest of the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
And I should modify my motion that we'll pull L1 to get a roll call vote. We'll pull this item 8B1 to refer it back to our administrative staff to decide, how they'd like to bring it back to us. There's your second.
That's clear.
So let's go to a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So I think at this time, correct me if I'm wrong, because I misplaced my agenda for the moment. We're going to move on to the main item, our really only action item tonight.
We have to have a roll call vote on the ordinance.
Yeah.
Oh,
On L1.
Yeah, so this regards the accessory dwelling units. And does any member of the public wish to speak on this matter of reading by title only our ordinance on accessory dwelling units? Not seeing any hands going up on the public sphere. We'll bring it back to council. And Councilmember Burnett, or Councilmember Bayala, your hand is up. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2021 deleting definitions for dwelling unit, secondary and guest house, and amending the R1 17.06.020 and 050, R2. Do I have to read all these numbers?
No, you don't.
No,
Okay,
you don't have to
R2.
read.
Okay, R2 and R3, and zoning districts, removing the terms guest house and secondary dwellings, amending 70.42A 3.D.1 to allow for accessory dwelling units of over 16 feet in height in certain circumstances, and 17.4.A.3.F.3.
Second, any comments before we go to a vote on this? We have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes 5-0. Big thanks to Christy Hopper, our senior planner, and to Fred Agater, our now retired community development director. A lot of good work goes into this, and to our planning commission for digesting this over time, getting it to this point. All right, so we'll move on to our other action items, and primarily just the budget with a couple of housekeeping items after that, if we get to them. But let's ask our city manager to launch us into our budget.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Just from an overview at the high level, then we have a presentation that that we'll kind of pull up and walk through. But at the high level, I really want to really thank all of our city staff as we put this budget together. This has been probably my 30 years of working. This has been the most extraordinary budget year, putting a budget together, and it's for a lot of different factors. When you have COVID hit and you have the reductions in your revenues and the corresponding reductions in your workforce, that really starts to impact you. And typically in slowdowns like in 2008, 2009, those hits, everything slows down too. But we had the opposite with COVID. Impacts increased dramatically, not only on your police and your fire and your public safety end, but on our overall workforce. So we were working with less revenue, less staff, and the workload has increased dramatically. We're in an unprecedented period of growth, and we closed Fora down and all the impacts of Fora, and you have a Sea Haven development and all the impacts of that moving forward. And the Dunes is phases 2 and 3, and you have Marina Station, and we have our downtown vitalization plan and habitat management plan, Joby Aviation Airport, Imgen Road widening, all these capital projects, parks that we've never done before. And so these are things that are outside of your normal city operations, because we're busy enough as is. And so you have all these impacts with the lesser staff and more impacts for COVID. And then to top it off, we haven't had a finance director. Marisol has stepped up wonderfully and has maintained our finances. But typically you have a finance director that's spending, especially during this period of time, 70, 80% of their time on the budget. And so we've had Marisol and Matt and myself and everyone kind of filling in. And so the budget document that you are getting is not as polished, but we're very pleased with that, and we're very pleased with our process. And so, Matt, if you could pull up our budget presentation. Thank you. So as we started to get this process, we've had many council and community priority setting sessions and many budget public hearings. We've had more public input meetings in this process than we've had since I've been here. And then to top it off, we had a community survey, which I don't think we've done in a long time, to kind of kick up this budget process. And so I think we've had more opportunities for the overall public to comment and be involved in this process than we've ever had. Also included this process is council narrowed down a long list of over 100 priorities down to 12, and that's included in here. But additionally, with this big long list of all these projects, from things in our work program to CIP projects that was well over 100, council went through an exercise and is really led by Mayor Pro Tem Viola. Spent a lot of personal time of putting these together on a spreadsheet, and then council voted on this mandatory urgent list. We came up with 44 projects, and so that is also incorporated as part of this process. Next slide. So I wanted to highlight on this community survey, because this has been very foundational in the council's mind and in our staff mind as we put this process together. So we did some highlights, and the highlights are we talked about streets and sidewalks, and in the public, their number one priority was citywide. We needed to improve our street maintenance, and their next priority was pedestrian crossings. When we talked about facility improvements, the number one priority was the Marina Sports Center, and then the second was the Aquatic Center. And then when we talked about park improvements, overwhelmingly wanted improvements to the existing parks, such as Glory Jean Tate, Windy Hill, Preston Park, Block Padden. And then the next priority was improved restroom access at our parks, which we are definitely trying to program into our work program. And we had the economic growth, and the priority was increased access to high-speed internet. And the next priority there was job creation at our Marina Airport. Next slide. Then we asked about aesthetic improvements, and the number one priority was blight removal, and the next was improved streetscape and landscaping. Then for the public safety, the top priority was improve our neighborhood safety. Then final category was community planning, and the top priority was updating the general plan and our downtown redevelopment. And so that's kind of overall input from the community survey. Next slide. So the council priority list, and you've seen this multiple times, so I'm not going to, we'll go through it really quickly, but number one, it was key to fill all the existing vacant positions, and so those are all funded in the budget, and we're moving forward with the recruitment as quickly as we can to fill those positions. Wanted to launch Cypress Knolls next year, get our general plan consultant on board, finish our downtown vitalization plan. So we all put some targets in there. Number second was to identify our 26 worst streets and figure out a plan to address those, and that's in our budget. Third one was identify potential funding sources for the sports center, the equestrian center, allocate money to our existing parks, and so we've achieved all that in our budget. Next was plan with budget improvements to the community center, teen center, skate park within 5 years, and we want to schedule in the near future a separate study meeting to talk about facilities and a plan of how we want to move forward with improvements to our facilities and funding options to be able to do that. Number 5, next slide, is open pump track by July 22nd. That one's moving forward. Sea Haven Park, that's moving forward. Dunes Park, we have allocated funds for that, and that is going to move forward. Hayes Circle land swap, we're in the middle of working with that right now. I think we have framework for an MOU in place. Broken missing light poles, that's included in the budget. The possible annexation of East Campus and East Garrison. I put possible in front. That's just direction from the council to start moving forward with the process, and nothing is assured until you get through the process. Broadband implementation, council initially funded money for a study, but as we looked into it, it didn't make sense. And but that is still in our work program, and it's an important item on our work program. Then lastly was the racism study, and I just talked with Mayor Pro Tem Biola just last night about that, and she's continuing to move forward with that. And so that is the main top priorities, and all those are in the budget. So next slide. And then this is kind of from and I'm not going to go through all these, but we'll make this available. These are the 44 mandatory and urgent priorities. And so not all these are necessarily included in the budget, but in reality, as you go through here, I think almost every one of these is in the budget, has been addressed, or will be addressed this year. So you can kind of see the first 22 here, and I think scanning through, I think all these are in the budget. Next slide. Yeah, so that takes us up to our 44, and again, I think all these are in here. And so you can kind of get a sense of, and these are things that are beyond just your normal staffing. Our staffing is just for to keep our regular responsibilities moving forward. And so you can see that we have a lot on our plate, and we're probably too optimistic at times, and sometimes we don't hit our deadlines that we want. But this just give you a sense that we really are moving forward with even this expanded priority list. Next slide. So our highlights from our budget. What we've are proposing really is we've taken it back to our base level budget, which is 2019, 2020. This is all pre-COVID. And so our staffing, all our operational costs to continue our existing services are all included in the budget. So there's no service level reductions. All those vacant positions are funded. We also acknowledge that our expenditures have increased dramatically since that 2019-20 budget, averaged about 4%. Our property taxes remain strong. One of the things about the property taxes, and you see the Dunes building and moving forward, and Sea Haven, and you think you're going to get a ton of property tax growth, but in reality, most of the property tax from all the Dunes development goes back to the Dunes. And this is your original RDA, and it's their tax increment financing agreement. And that is what has allowed this development to move forward. And so the property tax growth from that project, most of that is going back to the development so it can move forward. Also, 20% of the Sea Haven tax growth goes back to the Dunes, and it's part of their agreement. So our property taxes were strong, remained strong during COVID, and they're increasing. And so we think that they will absolutely continue to increase as assessed values have increased. Now, our sales tax and TOT taxes, which are our hotel taxes, those definitely suffered during COVID. And that's why we had the vacant positions, and that's why we cut back. And those are continuing to recover. They are not fully recovered, but we fully expect that by fiscal year 22-23, that our sales tax and hotel taxes will be at and above their pre-COVID levels. We are continued. Our budget is built around fiscal sustainability, and the governing principle is you have to have ongoing revenues to cover your ongoing expenditures. And so when you look at ongoing expenditures, our largest ongoing expenditure is staffing. And so when you look at our existing staffing that we've funded, we're great. We can cover that. We're a little bit short. We're about 400,000 short every year. And council in one of our previous budget study sessions said pull that from unallocated fund balance. And so we kind of deviated from that principle, but we knew that those revenues were going to recover, and so council gave us that direction. But later on in this presentation, you'll see this huge unfunded staffing list, and that gets to be the problem, because we need to have ongoing revenues to be able to fund those additional ongoing expenditures, and that will be a future discussion of how we come up with future additional revenues for that. But for this budget, we're maintaining that fiscal sustainability. So I talked about it. It's not totally structurally balanced. It's about 450,000 each fiscal year. And so we've drawn down unallocated fund balance to do that. But again, that was a direction of council. We've retained our 20% emergency reserve. Next slide. Our funding is still in place for our capital projects and our vehicles and our facilities. And so none of that, we haven't dipped into those. We've kept our allocations to those programs. And that's one of the things that you don't see in this budget document. If you approve it tonight, when we have our final budget put together, you'll see more detail on those capital projects and things like that. I've talked about all those priorities, the council on the list. Also on August 10th, when we had a budget meeting, the council approved some additional very specific projects, and those are all accounted for. I mean, that Senate email that we'd left it one off of that list, and so we've included that back in our proposed budget for tonight. This budget really dramatically improves the quality of life for our residents, and it's mainly through our street improvements and through our improvements to our parks and things like that that are unprecedented. We've never had this level before in our city, and a lot of this goes back to the commitment of the city council, and it goes back to the commitment of our public as they improved our sales tax measure that really provided the funding source for these quality of life improvements to our city. In our budget tonight, we'll be expanding our CAP projects, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And those are really related to a lot of those top 12 and priorities of the city council. Our general plan update is included. We've added additional money since we've looked at that. We have $650,000 budgeted, but we know that's going to be a little short, so we added another $100,000 for that. Our racism study is funded, and it's continued to move forward. And we've also added funds for the Cypress Knolls master plan for $300,000, and those are just some key highlights that are critical to our future planning of the city. And Cypress Knolls really is critical as we talk about affordable housing in our community. Next slide. So we showed this previously before, and our expenditures are increasing faster than our revenues. We know we're going to be approving some new hotels, and so that is going to help a little bit in the future, but we need to correct that gap, and we'll be talking about that in our future study meetings of options to correct that gap. Next slide. This goes into with that gap. These are some of the reasons that we have that gap. Our PERS pension system, those costs continue to increase. And I was on a webinar they had just last week, and they expect in November to probably lower their discount rate. It's currently at 7%. There's discussions to lower to 6.75, 6%. Yeah, some people even said 6.25. And the impact that it has on us roughly is for every 0.25% that discount rate drops. When I say discount rate, it essentially means the rate that PERS makes off of its investments, and they base this on a long history. And the problem is they're basing our PERS rates that we pay on an investment rate is 7%, and they're not hitting that 7%. And so they're trying to correct that imbalance. But every 0.25% essentially will mean a 10% increase into the amount that we pay to PERS. And so you can kind of look at that and you understand that that's a large figure. So we've been establishing a pension stabilization fund. It's over $2 million. And we're continuing to add to that. We fully expect that in the future, we'll now have to start drawing down. Last year, we'd added $450,000. I think we added $450,000 this year. The second year of the budget, we're adding $350,000. So we're paying our increased pension cost, and we're also setting aside money into the stabilization fund. But we know in the future, we'll be drawing that down, and hopefully that will help impact the cushion if these discount rates get approved at 6.75% or even lower. Our property and liability insurance rates are skyrocketing. A lot of these are self-insurance funds that we're in, and just across the state and the nation, these costs are going up dramatically. Our workers' comp costs are going up. We're trying to keep our employee wages competitive in the market, and so we during this period of time, we've been doing our normal increases, our cost of living increases. We added 4 new firefighters, and the first year that was all paid with the Safer grant, and each year we lose that grant. So after 3 years, our general fund is picking up the full cost of those firefighters, and so that's also adding to our increased cost. And then we added a public works superintendent, police clerk, and code enforcement / building inspector positions since the 2019-20 budget. So all those have contributed to our increase of expenditures. And then the other largest increase really is our groundwater protection that we've been involved with for over 8 years now, and will continue to be involved with in the future. Maintaining our water supply is critical to the future of our city. We don't have a future if we don't have water, and we're having to spend a lot to protect that water, both at the Coastal Commission and both in the legal courts. Next slide. This is just a highlight. You've seen this before. These are the vacant positions that we are funded and are working on filling these positions. Next slide. These are highlights of some of these balances that were involved with our budget. We certainly have more balances on this, and you can go into our audited financial statements, and that gives you a better sense of this. But we talked about a pension stabilization. That's $2 million, and that is strictly restricted for future PERS increases. We have a vehicle and equipment replacement fund, and 7 years ago, we started a policy because we had zero money for equipment purchases. And so the problem is when you had these large purchases, we had no money for that. And so we instituted a policy that every time we were buying a new vehicle, we would amortize the cost, the expected life of that vehicle, and then we would start putting that amount into a vehicle replacement fund, so that the next time that vehicle came up for replacement, we weren't having to dip into new general fund monies. We're dipping into the vehicle and equipment replacement fund. And we're almost to the point where that fund is almost fully supported. We have some fire vehicles that are big hits that we still need to buy, and we have a few more maintenance vehicles. But for the most part, most of our city vehicles are in this fund. And so I would think in the next few years, all future vehicle and equipment purchases will come out of this fund and won't be draining from general fund. And so that's a huge accomplishment of our city. We haven't touched our emergency reserves. This blight removal, $8.5 million fund. The council has funded about close to 7 million of that right now. And so we still have some additional amount that we can allocate for blight removal. And we've told the council we'll come back at a later time as we're strategizing blight removal. One of the things that we're going to be moving forward on is trying to get brown shield funds now in the federal government level. Now that we qualify and able to get that, we can just get some bandwidth on staff time or maybe get some help to apply for that. We're also hoping that when the infrastructure bond or infrastructure package at the federal level is passed, that maybe there are some options in there for former military base blight removal. We've talked about this escrow bond that we estimated at 6.5 million. We probably are going to be able to get 7 million. We have just draw down on this escrow bond of $3.5 million. And in this budget, we'll be proposing, one of the suggestions we're proposing the council is to allocate that to the rehabilitation of the sports center. We can allocate that towards blight removal, but because we want to try to go after federal grants and things like that for the blight removal, we're also able to use it for the sports center. That's kind of why we're proposing that. The Dunes Phase 2 land sales, 6.2 million, and under the direction of council, we're proposing how to spend all of that fund balance down, and we'll go into that a little bit later. The unallocated fund balance started at 5.1 million, and at the end of this budget, for the 2-year budget, it's going to be more in this $770,000 range. So we're spending most of that unallocated fund balance, but as you can see, we have reserves and other things that we're comfortable in spending that fund balance down. And most of that really is going to infrastructure and quality improvement of life for our citizens. Our impact fees have fund balances, and we're spending some of those down, but a lot of those have to build up to be able to do these major impact fee projects. They're the largest one really primarily is roads. We have American Recovery Plan Act. We've received our first allotment of 2.7 million. Total we'll receive 5.4 million. Council has allocated money for us or it's approved hiring a consultant to help us go through this process of determining how we want to spend that money. We just haven't been able to get to that yet. And so we haven't allocated any of those funds. The former Florida CFD fees, those are restricted strictly to habitat management and very specific roads, Del Monte Extension and California Avenue and 8th Avenue, actually just 8th Avenue. And those are the roads it's restricted to, and then we can use it for blight removal. And those are still in negotiations with the developers on those final fees. Habitat management, we got an allocation before for 1.6 million, and that is very restricted for habitat management. And that fund is still there. Our NPS funds, we've allocated some are in the NPS funds, and others are in our capital project fund. I think we're totally around 850,000 for that. Then we have a community improvement fund that we initially started years back when we had no general fund balance at all. When I first started here, we were operating 1.5 million in the red. So we kind of said, well, we need to start building up a fund to make community improvements. And that's when that fund started. But then it kind of just rolled over into this unallocated fund balance. And so one of the things we're proposing is one of the items that council approved at the August 10th meeting was 300,000 for landscape arborist position or contract help. And that's 300,000. We had not included in that budget. So we're recommending that we allocate that from these community improvement funds. Next slide. Overall, our total budget, actually for the 2 years combined is 55 million. We have that 900,000 combined for 2 years structural deficit. So we're averaging 450,000 a year, and we're pulling that down for an unallocated fund balance. Our total budget over 2 years is 108 million. We have 1.8 million new CIP projects. These are all based on the council priorities. We're continuing to put 2.6 million into our streets, which we have not done in 40 years. And these are all to the previous bond measures. One-time land sales, we're spending that down at 6.2 million. The 4 escrow bond, 3.4 million. We're recommending that be allocated in the 300,000 for landscape arborist. And so that is the high level of what we're proposing in the budget. Before I go on, are there any questions that we have at this point, council?
And I have one question. In your presentation earlier, you mentioned that we are going to find monies to fix the 26 worst streets. I don't see it on the slide in front of us. I'm wondering if it should be on the slide in front of us.
It's going to be on a later slide down a little bit.
Okay.
But I'm glad you brought that up, because we probably could have added it here too.
Okay. Maybe because it's not in tonight's package, but it's at that next session. Maybe that's why. But let's go to Councilmember Burnett and then Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick question. I think you've told me this before, but I just want to be clear. What fund is designated to cover the refinancing of the Preston Park loan?
That is in our Abrams and Preston Park funds. And so that And so that's in the separate Abrams Preston Park budget that the council has already adopted and approved.
Okay, thank you.
Councilperson Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, going back to the ARPA money, the American Recovery Plan Act, it's in this unallocated areas. However, could it be used? We can adjust. Can we adjust other categories to put that money towards it? Can you explain how that works, please? And then I have another one.
Yes, absolutely. Once we get in that process, there are certain things that are that qualify for expenditures, and one of those ones is funding the vacant positions that occurred during COVID. So it's not like funding them in the future, but during the COVID period, and so that essentially would be money that could go back into our unallocated fund balance, and you'd have additional funds to look at. Another thing is the grants that we or the loans that the council did, and those could go back to cover those loans. And again, then the $385,000 we have in loans, we could go back into our unallocated fund balance. And so that there probably is $1.5 million, maybe $2 million of those ARPA funds as we go through that process that council potentially could allocate those back to the general fund.
And following up on that, is there a time of the essence on that? Do the funds, are they ours to spend over the next 10 years, or is it something that we have to report back to within a year or two?
Yeah, time is kind of, we do have some, deadline, I think you have to spend the funds, and Matt, jump in, it might be 2023 or 2025. I know that we have at least 3 years to spend down the funds, maybe more. We have our first reporting period. Initially, it was October 31st. That was just a reporting period. You didn't have to spend it. So our next, that has been changed. It's like in March or April of 2022. Again, that's just a reporting period, not that you have to spend it. Our goal would be over the next 2 or 3 months to figure out with the council and the public input of how we want to allocate that $5.4 million at that point, and then put our plan together. And then we have 3 to 4 years to spend it.
Okay. 2 other questions on the National Park Service money, the $800,000. Is there any other funding that's committed from our city coffers, not from that particular unallocated that goes to the equestrian center? Or do we plan on that?
Brian can jump in on that.
Yeah, just to clarify, the NPS funds that have already been appropriated to the project are $450,000, and there's $400,000 of parks impact fees. That makes up the $850,000 currently appropriated to the equestrian center for capital improvements. I don't, off the top of my head, know what the balance is on the NPS fund.
So that's to say we have $800,000 that has been sitting to be spent on capital improvements there?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And with the new concession, do we have plans to make those improvements?
I think those would be discussions that we'll have with council as we work on that agreement. But I think there definitely is an expectation that those facilities need to be improved, and then we'll just work out with the council of how much do we expect the concessionaire to make those improvements, how much the city wants to allocate for that. What we've talked with NPS is those projects there on the equestrian center site. We've asked them about if those funds can be reallocated to our other NPS sites like the Water City and the pool, and they've said they can, but only after the objectives of the current site are met. And so if we put together a program, say, okay, this is what we want, and the funding is correct for that, and if we have leftover money, that can actually be then transferred with approval from the National Park Service to other sites.
Okay, one other question having to do with your comment about the broadband money. As far as I understood, we allocated some funds to go towards a study so that when the infrastructure, there's some funding in the infrastructure bill from the feds, if I believe correctly, that was going to be taking a look at or making funding available for broadband infrastructure. I understood that we move forward with the grant money so we could be positioned for when money did come down. We were having already ticked the boxes and done our research. Can you give me just a little bit of that information? And you said that it didn't, I don't want to quote you, but you said it was not in this budget because it didn't make sense or there was something going on. Can you clarify?
Sure, I'm going to punt to Matt, and he was kind of handling that. Initially, the money would allocate, we're going to do a study, but once we talked to kind of our county and some of the regional partners, they said it would be done, it wouldn't be worth it to do that. But Matt, if you can jump in on that.
Yeah, I think Lane, that's right on the right track. After we looked at it further, we talked to MBEP, who's doing kind of more some regional work on this, and we talked to a gentleman named Steve Blum, who's kind of our local expert. We really found that doing a feasibility study, which is what the grant money was for, was not something that was actually going to benefit us that quickly. It's just putting a couple years into a process. What we really need to do is just identify the places that we need to run, like the major trunk lines, if you will, of broadband in our city, and then start to actually design those segments. So that's kind of where we're kind of going to cut out the middle step and just jump straight in. And that way, as soon as we can identify funding, for example, that would connect us to the line that's just on the east side of the city, we'll be able to just go right for it. And I don't know if you saw an article today in the paper that in, I guess, an area of Salinas, there was a contractor who just got $300,000 to start putting in a line. So that's the kind of thing we want to be able to do, is just kind of more go for it versus producing a study that's really probably not going to help us to gain what we want to, which is to realize broadband in the city.
We're recognizing this isn't, I know we're limited to questions, but this is a really important topic, and I hope we stay abreast of it. And if we don't allocate funding now, at some point, we have to make this a priority.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen, you know what I'm going to say.
I know. Do we not have to make it a priority? Answer that.
Hold on to that comment, but let's go with questions for now.
Okay, one last question. Having to go back to that graph where it talked about the expenditures outpacing the expenses. There we go. That one always confuses me a bit because it shows a wide gap. But if we take a look at we've got unallocated balance funds, and then we have money in a parking lot of the LAIF funds. I mean, can you just explain this just a little bit? Because on paper, it looks like the gap is going like this, when in reality, are we not in a pretty good financial position?
I would say, we're in a position that we need to address our revenues. So, and this is the problem, I think, with our budget, because you'll see that we're allocating all these monies and these funds, but these are all one-time funds for one-time projects that we've been accumulating, and the council said, look, we don't want to keep these in a fund balance anymore. We want to get these projects moving forward, and as we're able to have staff moving forward, we are doing that. What this chart really reflects is the general fund, our ongoing revenues, and our ongoing expenditures, and that's where our problem is. Our ongoing expenditures are increasing faster than our ongoing revenues are going to be there. Now, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later on, but one of our property taxes are going to they've increased and they're going to continue to increase, but the bulk of all that new development is going back to the dunes. And it's going to continue to go to them for the next 20 years. Sales tax, we have maxed out our sales tax rate. And so we can't increase the sales tax rate anymore. And in reality, and I probably should have shown you this graph. We showed it in the past, but sales tax is pretty much set in the region in that your big players that generate it are already there. Your malls are there, they aren't going to change. Your big box retails, they're located where they aren't going to change. Your auto dealerships, yet they're there, they aren't going to change. And so those big sales tax drivers, that package is not going to change. 80% of our sales tax revenue in our city is generated by 20 businesses. We have well over 1,000 businesses, and we love our mom and pop stores and our small stores, and that is what we love about Marina. That's part of our culture, our history. That's why we love being here. But from a sales tax point of view, they don't generate hardly anything. It's our top 20 businesses, and those aren't going to change. That's the problem. As our population increases, that's going to change a little bit, but there's a graph that I don't have that I'd love to show you. And we showed it in the past. It's our per capita sales tax. And so it shows what we get per capita sales tax, and it compares it to every other city in the county, in Monterey, on the peninsula. And we are, not only are we low, we are so far below Seaside, Delray Oaks, Monterey, Pacific Grove, Carmel. Our per capita is really low, and it's because we don't have those big sales tax generators, and we're never gonna get them. And so when you look at closing that gap, it's not going to be a sales tax, but TOT is a huge thing, and the council has made that a top priority, and we are very close. We're in the due diligence part of some hotels, but those won't be online for another 3 to 4 years. And so that will be closing the gap. If we took this graph beyond 24, you would start to see that. But the next few years, we definitely got some structural deficits here that we're going to have to figure out. Now, the other one leg of the last stool, I guess there's really 4 legs that the state gives us for taxes in our city. Property tax is one, sales tax is the other, hotel tax is the other, and then the 4th one is the utility user tax. And every city on the peninsula depends on all 4 of those. We're the only city that doesn't have a utility user tax. And so when you look at some of these difficulties we have, it's because we aren't quite using all the tools. And I'm not advocating at this point utility user tax, but I'm saying there are reasons why we have this deficit. And when a major tool that the state gives us, we aren't doing, that every other city on the peninsula is forced to do to be able to pay for their infrastructure and their parks and their staff. And we don't have that. But those are things we want to work on in our future study session, that we're going to get down and roll up our sleeves and really talk about that.
Thank you for that explanation. One last question. When you talk about the projections to come online, such as Hamptons Inn Hotel, TOT, possibly another hotel out at the dunes, possibly some funding from cannabis, and also businesses out at the promenade out at the dunes. Those are identifiable areas. How do you project? You said maybe 4 years out, but is it not correct that we're going to see some funds coming from most immediately from some hotels and from cannabis? And do we have any projections?
We do. Now that we have one in here, I've already started to assign him to do some 10-year projections. His first assignment was the airport to work on some 10-year projections there. And next is going to be on exactly your question here. I can tell you that, yeah, we do have some, like Hampton Inn will be probably online in a year from now or less. And the Dunes has some new places they're going to go in. But you also look at our costs are continuing to go up, and some of those increases are going to cover our increased costs, which have been averaging 4%. So we'll come back with some better projections on that. And thank you for the question.
Thank you to you and your staff.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there are several places in here about staffing, and I just, it's hard for me to kind of get my hand around, what kind of situation we are currently in. There's one that says we've filled quite a bit of positions, and then there's 2 slides that show us what we haven't yet that are unfunded. And of all the things that we do, I think in terms of expenditures, the staffing is just so critical. It was identified in our rank order ones. It was identified everywhere as almost the #1 priority. So I wanted to ask you about, even the Recovery Act funds, we can, as you say, adjust it for staffing needs that that were resulted from the COVID situation. But at the same time, we've already been hiring, and so does that still count? I mean, we can go retro and say that those positions that we hired in the last year can contribute, and we can roll in the funds for there, or is that enough to cover all these unfunded positions that we've already identified?
So Matt, if we can go up to that slide of the vacant positions. There it is. So these were funded previously that as they got vacant, we did not fill these. And these are the ones that council said top priority fund in this year's budget, even if we have to draw down from unallocated fund balance. And so that's what we've done. We're haven't started recruiting for the economic development management as communication position, haven't started for the executive assistant, are recruiting for senior planner, are recruiting for associate planner, GIS coordinator.
Well, these say they've already been filled. There's another one that says unfilled.
So I should say these are, I should say that should have been funded, should have used the word funded, not filled. So I guess.
Oh, okay.
Filled was filled in the budget.
Oh.
But they're funded. The key part to us is they're funded.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And all the departments in HR, we're working as fast as we can to get all those positions filled.
Okay, then please go back to the one that the position's unfilled. There's another list that says unfilled. So those are unfilled and unallocated.
Yeah, so that we haven't, go down a little bit more. Yeah, I think it's towards the, keep going down. Yeah, one more down, one more. Okay, go back up.
Yeah.
So, and these are positions that we do not have any funding. And these have to be funded from ongoing revenues. You can't pull one-time funds to fund it because you hire a position one year, you fire it the next year. You have to have an ongoing revenue source. And that's where the city got into problem years ago. It was using one-time land sale revenues to fund positions, and you just get a deficit. And we would never recommend that. But we want our second engine company, we want to increase that from 2 to 3. And so there's 3 positions to do that. We need a deputy fire marshal, deputy chief fire marshal, and need a ladder truck. We need, actually this records management system we included in this budget, but we know we're going to need future officers, future clerks.
Yes.
We talked about potential sharing some help social workers with the county. Then the next one,
Well, I know, I mean, you really don't have to justify them. I take it for your word that we absolutely need this. But when we're looking at the other ones too, that are unfunded and some have been filled and some have not, it's really a concern to me. And do you feel confident that with the Recovery Act funds that we can, obviously the first set have to be done, and then where are you thinking about, how do we get here to get these?
Well, these, we need to have a discussion about how do we increase our ongoing revenues? Because these all have to come from ongoing revenues, or the staffing needs to come from ongoing revenues.
Okay.
And as I said, with the hotel tax in 3 to 4 years, we think that we're going to be generating an additional 2.3 million. That will go a long way in funding some of these future unfunded needs. But I definitely want to have a future study session with the council to really strategize and figure out how we can do that. And we don't need to do that in this budget just because we would never recommend funding this from a one-time allocation, because you would be laying off next year, and that's not a good fiscal sustainable practice.
Yes, and so if we look at page 95, where you have this sales tax generator list, it's very interesting to me, because I really didn't have a concept of who was the largest sales generator for our city. And granted, you said 80% of the sales tax comes from 20%. Can you pull that to page 95 up by any chance?
I didn't put that on this presentation. I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, is that talking about that soon, or should I wait?
No, we definitely will, because
okay, that's going to come under what, not our CIP. I don't know what document this is.
So as we talk about how to meet these unfunded needs, facilities, staffing, we will talk about, okay, these are sources that are available and what we have to do to go after those sources.
Okay, so you haven't covered this is the document.
You're talking about page 95 of the budget. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to pull it up really quickly, if that's helpful. While my computer is opening it, I think it, something to remind you of, Lane, is we have some of those positions that were identified: the associate planner, the senior planner, the police department admin person. We have actually filled. The senior planner, we're still going through some last details, and we might have to look a little further at that one. But there are positions that are actively in recruitment, including the community development director. And so.
Okay, well, anyway, I'll start talking about page 95, because as you're pointing out, Lane, we as a city, we have many different expenditures that come right off the top of our head. We want this, we want that, we want the world, but we can't have it unless we figure out how to generate money. And we're not in the business of making profits per se as a public agency, but we are still accountable for bringing in revenues. And so when I look at this list, I was surprised, and now you said it's by alphabetical order. So I can't really get a sense of, there's like 5-6 classes of businesses. Many of them fall in the dunes. And then there's gas, there's grocery, there's pharmacies, there's fast food, and then there's one industrial concrete, vendor. But if you were to just for the public and for our sense of, when we have these businesses, which ones really are the most revenue generating? I'd like to know, because I was really surprised at some of these on this top 25 list.
So I have to be very, very careful because I take these, I sign away with my life. Like these sales tax numbers, I know exactly what every business makes in town. Juan Lopez and Marisol know that, but we cannot, that is private restricted information. We can't even share that with the council. This is what we are able to share with the public and say, okay, 80% of our revenue comes from these businesses. I can't tell you which ones are the highest gender, but I can tell you from a big picture point of view, big box retail, as much as people hate big box retail, those are going to be at the top of the list.
Right.
Seaside makes so much more sales tax than us because they have auto dealerships. We've in the past made decisions not to. We didn't want the impacts of those dealerships, and so potentially in the future, we have some land that as we go through our general plan update, these are things we're going to look at and say, okay, these big box retailers, auto dealerships, they typically want land close to the freeway or Highway 1. They want easy access off, and that becomes a balancing decision. But you can see that, and you can see that the fast food, they do very well.
You know, there's a lot of gas stations too. This is something that maybe I should have known, but I honestly did not know. I was very aware of hotels and TOT tax. I didn't understand that gas stations bring so much money. There's many gas stations listed on here.
And the reason is because we collect sales tax on when you fill up your vehicle. And so you just figure every time you fill up your vehicle, you're spending $50 to $100. That's why gas stations are there. Now, I can tell you that we do these leakage reports, and this would be good for maybe another study meeting with the council is to kind of go through some of this economic data. But our leakage reports are one of our largest leakages is gas stations. And so, as the Dunes and some of those developers along there, they've talked about putting gas stations, and that's going to be a land use decision that at some point is going to come back to the council. And there's this fear of, well, we don't want to do gas stations because you don't want to impact the stations along our Del Monte corridor. But yet our largest leakage is gas. And so our people are not shopping here, they're going elsewhere. And so I just put that out as one area that we have huge leakage. Where we don't have leakage is our grocery stores and our little small stores like that. People, they shop here, but we have leakage on auto dealerships, on the big box retail and all that stuff, the malls, and we're never going to be able to capture that.
Okay. Do electric stations, are they comparable to gas stations or in terms of revenues for the city or no?
I don't have enough data on that. Probably it's at some point they might start getting there.
Okay.
But in reality, I think that is power, and we don't have a utility user tax. And so
connected.
Yeah.
Okay. And since we've been talking about NPS, so just to get an idea, so we don't really get, so there's 800,000 approximately going available to do upgrades or renovations or whatever we need out there. And about 400 comes from park impact fees. The other 400, what did you say? What did Matt say? Where was the other 400 from?
So go ahead, Brian.
450 was from the NPS fund.
Okay, so where does the NPS funds come from?
It's just revenue that's generated on the NPS properties, is my understanding.
That much? Wow.
Well, most of the NPS revenue has generated from the cell tower that's up there at the site up there at the Equestrian Center. They've already told us that as we've tried to renew and extend that cell tower lease, that's going away.
The cell tower is PG&E or is that?
No, it's a AT&T or Verizon cell tower. But that, when you look at that balance that has built up over time, it's because of that cell tower.
Wow. And what did you just say in terms of when you talked to them about renewing it? What did they say?
We're trying to extend the lease, and the problem it's the overall problem we have with MPS properties. It's a private use. We're saying, well, look, this private use is generating almost all the money for the Equestrian Center. All the improvements that we want to do are coming from this private lease, and it still doesn't yet comply because it's a private entity that's exclusively using that piece of the property, even though it is hugely benefiting the property. But there's a couple other angles that we're trying to explore, and they're going to continue to try to explore with the National Park Service on that.
Okay, all righty. I will hold my other questions, Mr. Mayor, until we come round again. Thank you. Thank you.
I just had a 10-second question. When you talk about landscape / arborist, do you mean landscape architect / arborist?
Yes, sorry, Mary. Yes, correct. A landscape architect, arborist that can help with our medians, our tree plantings, all these things that die that we don't have the expertise to handle that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you were going to continue with your presentation, Lane?
Yes, so Matt, if we can go back to that.
You know what, I'm sorry, Matt and Lane, before you begin, we often do this, understandably, it takes a couple hours, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours before we get to public comment. If council doesn't object, we could try something different tonight. We can go to the public now, and those who speak now would not be able to speak after the second half of this presentation. Or we could do like we normally do. We could hear the whole presentation and council questions, and then go to the public probably much later. So what does council think about going to the public now, letting them know before they speak that if they do speak now and hear something they want to comment on in the second half of the presentation, they would not be able to. But the question is, do we go to public comment now or do the normal and go to public comment when we're completely finished? Thumbs up by Christina, thumbs up by, well, David, you have a index finger up. Go ahead, Councilmember Burnett.
Oops. So I guess my question is, Lane, how much more of your presentation is there?
Probably just maybe 10 more minutes or less.
Okay, and I know it's hard to judge, but is that last 10 minutes going to be the bulk of the comments from the public? I'm just trying to understand, are we at a good point where I know folks want to go to bed and go home, so I would love to hear them now, but I don't, there's only, not very many people in the public. So I think if they wanted to comment on both sections, I would have no objections to that, but I'm interested in what the public has to say.
So after 10 minutes, which may be longer than 10 minutes, but then we'll have council questions. We just had quite a long question session. So we might not hear from the public for another half an hour, or we could hear from them now, but then they wouldn't be able to speak on what we haven't seen yet. So I just threw it out there. Councilmember Biala, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the public can gauge, what they're most interested in and their time frame. So they can have a choice. We'll ask again, but knowing that if they speak, that's their one chance to speak.
All right. So we do go up to 4 minutes, which is a long time. So let's go ahead and go to public comment now, and then we'll have the city manager finish the presentation, and then we'll have some council questions, and we'll go back to city council public comment a second time. So for those that want to go to bed or move on, we just give you the option. You don't have to take it, but let's go to public comment at this time. Elizabeth Fisher, go ahead. I thought I saw Elizabeth Fisher. Raise your hand. I'm going to go ahead and honor that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I could not find to unmute. So good evening again, Lisbeth Visser. I will start with offering my apologies for again sounding like a broken record. Just like many other residents, I would love for Marina to have a beautiful sports center with new sports fields and maybe even an aquatic center. But I don't think that those investments can be justified as long as there are traffic signs that cannot be read because they are so faded, playgrounds that have not been replaced after having been removed because they were falling apart, sports fields that need to be maintained so that they can be used, benches that are falling apart because they have not been on a regular painting schedule, streets that are in very bad shape, etc. And why would you consider annexing other areas before the current assets are all well maintained? I really like what I read in the packet. Fix it first. I think that should be your motto. If you choose to invest in some new projects, I would like to ask to increase safety on Indian Parkway at the 3rd and 4th Avenue intersections. I think that we all can agree that it is very dangerous that those intersections are not protected by crosswalks or traffic lights, while traffic now is allowed to drive there at 50 miles per hour. It's great to read that all vacant positions have been funded because the hardworking staff can use help. Pension obligations are a great concern. I hope, just like Councilmember Biala already mentioned, I hope that you'll come up with additional income to make sure that all staff members can stay employed by the city. The vehicle replacement fund is really good, and such a plan should be set up for all the city's belongings. So I would like to ask, what is the status of the complete inventory that the city of Marina needs for a desperately needed long-term maintenance plan? And thank you all, you and the staff, thank you all for working so hard. And thank you for letting me speak so early so I will still listen, but I don't need to be alert anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time? And if not, we'll ask you again if you'd like to speak a little bit later on. So we'll give everyone a couple moments here to raise their Zoom hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Elizabeth's question was, well, she had a lot of comments, and her question was about the what's the status of getting a maintenance plan for city assets. I think that was her question.
Yes, and that's what we'd like to schedule a future study meeting, really talk about our city facilities and put together a plan so we can do that. So that we want to do at a future study meeting.
Okay, thank you, Lane. Would you like to continue where you left off?
That'd be great. You've seen this slide from a previous presentation. We just wanted to highlight out, as we mentioned, that annually we're putting in $905,000 into our vehicle replacement program. We're continuing to do that. This year, we're putting in $450,000 into our pension obligation, and we expect in the future that we're going to start phasing that back just because our pension costs are increasing. Measure X monies, we're completely funding using 100% of that, and that's going into our road programs. Next slide. One of our opportunities that we have for investing in our community's future is when we get these land sales. And previously, the city used these land sales just to fund their ongoing city operations because they weren't sustainable. And so these land sales, we never were able to address some of these really quality of life improvements to the community. And so based on our previous meetings with the council, we've kind of put together this allocation for Dunes Phase 2. So we've already received these land sales at $6.28 million. This is kind of the rough categories that we did. And so what we're suggesting is to put 3 million of that designated for downtown vitalization. And that could be wide open in a lot of areas when we complete the downtown vitalization plan, when we get the CEQA document adopted. One of the things of that plan that we'll have completed is a streetscape. And so one of the things we want to look at is, okay, what's the street that we want to look, what do we want it to look like for Del Monte and both Reservation Avenue? And part of the streetscape could be median improvements down the middle. It could be sidewalk improvements. If you try to walk down, I think it was very revealing to the ad hoc committee when they got out there on Saturday and the different days and they walked down Del Monte and you can't walk. It's horrible. And so you could use it for different improvements to properties, to catalyst, maybe combine. There's a lot of different options, but we just said, let's put aside 3 million in seed money for downtown vitalization. And then we kind of put in there, because on August 10th, one of the priorities of council was 1 million towards Del Monte Boulevard medians. And so that could certainly come out of the 3 million. Our suggestion is, as we get the streetscape plan in, that we sit down and talk about if we want to start moving forward, exactly what we want to do with that. One of the priorities that came out in the survey to our citizens and also the council was allocate funds to the existing parks. And it's really frustrating to the public. They see all these new parks going in and these wonderful millions and millions of dollars being spent and allocated. And it's like they say, well, we want dollars to our existing parks. And the problem is new parks have impact fees, park impact fees that can go to that. They can't go to fix our existing problems in our parks. And so what we're proposing is 1.5 million be designated for Gloria Jean Tate Park. We know that won't cover all the improvements that need to be done at that park. In addition to that, on the impact fee side, council's already given us that direction, and that'll be, we have a little capital improvement plan that we'll show you really quickly. I think 1.1 million is being designated from impact fees for the pump track and other amenities for that park. We're also proposing that 1 million be designated for Preston Park for playground, different amenities up there. 500,000 for Windy Hill Park. And I think you'll see in our impact fees that we're talking about, potentially you could put a restroom up there. And because that's something new that's not in the existing park, we could use impact fees for that. And that would have to be a discussion of the council, probably the Recreation Cultural Services Commission, because I know there's not complete agreement on putting a restroom there. Some people don't like restrooms in parks and what it brings to it, but that's restroom is something we could address with another funding source. We've also proposed allocating 250,000 for Lock Padden Park. Lock Padden is really one of our jewel parks, and we own it jointly with the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. It's really kitty corner to our downtown, and I think Lock Padden not only is it important to the neighboring communities, it's really important to, I think, to our downtown vitalization. And so we're allocating 250,000 really to start looking at potentially some concept plans and things like that to maybe move that park forward. The regional park district, they're working on some concept plans at just a high level. And then from that, we would want to refine that. So we just put 250,000 into that. Next slide. Now we're going to get into the streets. So we've talked about that we're allocating 2.6 million annually to streets. 1.6 million, that is general fund. 600,000 is Measure X, and that's from the TAMC measure, and then just from our state gas tax funds is 400,000, and 100% of that into our streets. We've talked about that that we're still short of. We know that we need to reconstruct 26 streets, and that is really expensive. And our 2.6 million annually will not address that. And so, Matt, if you can go to the next slide. So we talked about a scenario that we can address that. One is just our base funding, and one would be to bond for the Measure X monies. And again, that's 600,000 a year. We can leverage that in a bond and get a one-time 5.7 million. But that still would leave us 5.3 million short in the general fund, and that's what the scenario C is. And so, next slide. And so, in these scenarios, we looked at and we said, in the baseline scenario, scenario A, over the next 10 years, 18 of those 26 worst streets, they would get repaired over the next 10 years. But then it's like, okay, the remaining 16, how do you fix that? Do you go through a lottery? Do you go who yells the most? And so that's a problem with that scenario. The scenario where you bond the Measure X monies, that will help those 18 streets, so they'll still be accelerated, or they'll be accelerated, but you're still going to be short, and we still don't have a way to address it. And so the other one really is 5.3. We need an additional 5.3 million. So I guess you could say we want to pull that 5.3 million from the land sales, that 6.2 million land sales. That's an option you could pull that from. We could look at additional new funding sources, as I've talked about, utility user tax. We could go out for a general obligation bond and put that 5.3 million on there. But we also know that we're going to have some future land sales, and Dunes Phase 3 is 13.5 million. It's actually going to, from other offsets, it's going to be a little bit less than that, but they're moving forward with taking down their final below market rate housing, which is 140 units. And to do that, they've already notified us that they need to take down that property. And that property is $6.2 million. And so there's a very strong likelihood that by the end of December, we'll have an additional 6.2 million in land sales. And so that is a potential funding source for this 5.3 million gap. So that's kind of our where we are with our streets. From our community survey, those are all the top priorities. The council has made that a top priority. We think we have a pathway there if we can come up with $5.3 million. Now, we could probably scrounge from some of our little bit unallocated fund balance, maybe from some of these other funds to get it down. But I think that land sales, future land sales, is probably a really good pot that we can potentially look at that. Next slide. And so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because this is what I'm really proposing that we talk about in our future study meeting, because we can't address these issues with our existing budget, with the ongoing budget. That is really future budget funds, but we have staffing needs, we have facility needs. And Matt, if you can just go to the next slide. I'm just going to go through this at a really high level. And it's just because we aren't going to be able to fund that in this year's budget. Even if you said, okay, we want to carve out and maybe do one or two facilities, the magnitude of those dollars, we just don't have, we don't have it. And so for city facilities, those are almost always built from some type of bond. And the reason, there's several reasons that you do that. Because if you tried to save up money to build this facility in the 10 or 15 years that you save up money, that construction cost is going to double and triple. And so often you're never able to catch up with that. The other downside of it is your population today that let's say they're here, they want to use a park, they want to use these other facilities, and you're saying, okay, that population, we're going to deny you a quality of life, and we're going to set it aside and save it for 15 years so that the next generation and the next generation after that can benefit. And so the people right now for 15 years, you put money, save up, they don't get any benefit from it. And then the people down the road that move here, then all of a sudden they get the benefit from that. And so people oftentimes they say, well, debt is a bad thing. And too much debt absolutely is. We have hardly any debt in Marina. But there are times when debt really does make sense. And typically for city facilities, debt makes sense. We have huge problems that we have to build a community center. Our city hall was never intended to be this long, and it literally is falling apart. We've gone through this exercise. We're just to fix the ADA things and those improvements would be, we estimate for these facilities, $7 million, and you still have a facility that's 45 years old that you're still going to have to replace. And it just doesn't make sense to sink that type of money into it. Next slide, please. We have police and fire station needs. We have the need to build a fire station on the northern end of our city. We have a need to build a fire station on the southern end of our city. And we think those stations would cost, initially I was thinking $7 to $8 million, but they may be even more than that once we get further down. The importance of building these new stations, and people say, well, if we have a station right now here at the City Hall complex, we have a station at the airport. The problem with the fire service is it's all about response time. And your goal that you're trying to hit on your response time is 4 minutes. And we don't have that response time on the southern end of the city. So all those new homes that are going in Sea Haven and the Dunes, we don't have that response time. All the new development that's in the Dunes Phase 2, all that future housing, we don't have that response time. We're building new hotels, higher structures. The proximity of those homes make it really tough without a ladder truck to get there. And so we really have a need for a ladder truck. Our existing Central Marina Fire Station is not large enough for a ladder truck. And so we really have the need for new fire stations. The most critical would be to get one on the southern end of the city. But we need to start planning for the one also on the northern end of the city, because as Marina Station starts to go in, we'll need that to go there. And at that point, then the station here would shut down. We have the same needs on the police facility, and our thought right now is you'd combine that with the City Hall facility, and those would work out well together. And so those are large numbers that you're going to have to bond with. Typically, if you did a general obligation bond, and we've kind of run some rough numbers, but we would run that more in our study meeting. We can give you some more exact numbers. But what happens with the general obligation bond is your property tax goes up to cover that general obligation bond. And as we run some scenarios, we'll provide that at a future study meeting. The downside of a general obligation bond is that it requires a 2/3 majority to pass. So you'd have to have 66% to pass, versus like a utility user tax that just takes a 51% majority for something like that. But those are all be things that we want to discuss with the council at a future time as we really dive into our facilities and how we're going to maintain this infrastructure. Next slide. And this is one of the council's priorities, was funding for the community center, the teen center, the skate park. We've always been trying to get senior center, arts village, and these are some other facilities. We're proposing the sports center, the escrow bond, because that's a different funding source that would not impact the general fund. And then we still have existing blight. So next slide. And we already went through this. We have need for staffing, additional staffing in fire and police. Next slide. We need a below market rate housing person, somebody to manage all of our leases. We have we aren't set up to manage leases, and the cities typically don't, but we got all this property from former Fort Ord, and so we have a need for that. We have a need for a human resources manager or director level. As we've gotten large enough, we have a human resource analyst, but we really need that level. We have need for additional maintenance staff, not only for our existing staffing, but as we add on new streets and parks and things like that. Next slide. Community development, we need a long range planner. We always talk about, we have problems with our zoning plan, our sign plan, all these are long range planners, and with the general plan moving forward, you definitely are going to need some help there. We also need help in code enforcement, and we need dedicated people to fill that. And then recreation and cultural services, as we enhance our recreation programs and move forward, you definitely will need additional staffing for that. Right now, our recreation, we don't have all of our programs up and going with recreation, but we have our child care before and after school. Our teen center is, I think, 75% operational, but we don't have our sport programs up and going. We don't have our special events programs up and going. We're starting to gear up for those, but those aren't up and going. But pretty much we have everything else up and going. Next slide. These are future revenues we talked about. 3 to 5 years, we'll have 2.3. These hotels get built, and that's an ongoing revenue source. That's 2.3 million annually, and that's where we have to look at these big buckets. That's why this hotel is so important to our city. Dunes Phase 3, and all indications that they'll be pulling that down in the next few years. As I said, this BMR part, it come from this allocation. It looks like that's 6.2 million, and that will be in the next couple months. Blight removal funds that we have, those can be allocated towards renovations, for sports center, aquatic center, the arts village. We can do that. We're going to really go after federal grant money for blight removal. Those forest CFD fees can be used for blight removal, but we are still in negotiations with the developers on the usage of those fees. We talked about general obligation bond. It can be used to address those facility needs. You could reinstitute the utility user tax, and again, those would all have to go to the voters. We talked about ARPA funds. Next slide. So tonight we're looking at approve our base budget with any adjustments that you want to make. That will lock us in our budget for the next 2 years. We know a budget, it's a living document as things change, and we can go back and amend those budgets. We really would like to schedule really soon a study session to really go over the facilities, the infrastructure, our future fleet needs, staffing needs, and see what kind of program that we can strategically start to put together with that. And that concludes at least that part of the presentation. We do have, Matt, if you can pull up the other presentation, and this will just go to where where these capital improvements are being allocated. So next slide. So we are funding 600,000 towards the council chambers and media upgrade. And that is to help us on our long-term Zoom. We have retention basin monitoring we have to do for our annexation, potential annexation, and we're required to do that with the landfill property. We're splitting the cost with the county. In our portion, we estimate 75,000. Local roadways, this is related to getting our grant TAMC funds. We have problems with the Los Arbos sports deck that has to be replaced. We've allocated 250,000 for the Martin Luther King Sculpture Garden. That may not be that much. We are working on options, and that'll be coming back to the council, but at least we have enough allocated that we feel confident we'll be able to complete that project. We have a maintenance management system for our public works that will allow the public to call in, and as they have service requests and complaints and problems, and we'll be able to track that and assign that much better. The police records management system, that we have to do. Our existing system is no longer supported, and almost all the agencies are switching that over now. If not, they've already switched. Next slide. Cypress Knolls Master Plan is funded. Cardoza Neighborhood Storm Drain. We've had collapses in the road there, and we know that if we don't fix that, we will continue to have collapses in that road. We have ADA improvements in our road and traffic signal system that we have got to move forward. There's members of the community that have identified some deficient areas, and we're working with them, and that should give us enough funds to be able to meet that. We know that as a community, we have a lot of ADA improvements that need to be made, and we just work on them systematically as we can get funds. We talked about the general plan, additional 100,000 there. The council had told us to do 50,000 for library community room upgrade, and so that's budgeted. We have 100,000 for Lock Padden Park maintenance, and this is different than the 250,000 that we had set aside for developing conceptual plans. We have a couple maintenance plans for Lock Padden Park, and we really have got to update those because those deal with the vernal ponds, the whole wetland area, the balance between the tules overgrowing, but the amount that is needed for wildlife and different species that use the park, and so we really need to get that maintenance plan updated and in place, and then we can get it on a regular maintenance schedule so that maybe in 5, 6, 7 years you're knocking down the tules so we can actually see the park and see the water, and but also so we're maintaining that. So that's why that's in there. Then we have a 370,000 that the council's already previously approved the design of the scoping for this project, and then it's 370,000 really to implement it. And so this would be a pedestrian crossing across California Avenue that is getting increasingly bigger. And it's for the homes on the Sea Haven and Abrams and Preston Park that walk and then cross over California and then come down to Central Marina. And so that's what that one is. Next slide. And so that totals $1.7 million. That's coming from the unallocated general fund balance. I think we've talked about this one before, so next slide. We talked about this is what we're proposing in the land, in those land sales. That will use up that full amount. Next slide. And we've talked about the 4 escrow bond that we're proposing to allocate all that towards the sports center rehabilitation. And I think that is, these are impact things. Thank you, Matt. So our park impact fee fund balance is 6.4 million. And so from previous discussions with council, we'll be allocating 1.1 million. That's the pump track, and those are sorted, some of those other improvements with that are new improvements to the park. The Dunes Park development, additional 1 million from impact fees. We want to move forward with the Tate Park, the final redesign of the whole park, and that can be impact fees. And so that's roughly 2.3, 2.4 million that we're drawing down that impact fee fund balance. And those are for projects we want to do this year. Next slide. And I think that'll be our final slide here. And so our road impact fees is our next big balance. And typically that has to build up, and then it gets allocated towards these big new road projects. And again, these road impact fees they can't be used at all for existing maintenance and existing problems with roads, but these are new projects. So we're allocating $2 million towards the Imjin Road widening. We know that we'll be having other projects that will need to use those impact fees down the road. But this year, we're proposing drawing that down $2 million for the Imjin Road. And I think council's already approved that anyway, so that'll just be happening in this budget. And that is it for the impact fees. These are just the fund balances of their intersection impact fee that we aren't proposing spending anything. Our public safety, that goes in public safety buildings at 700,000. That needs to build up to millions and millions. So we're way short on that. And we have 3.3 million for our public facilities impact fee. So that part of that could go to City Hall, Senior Center, other things like that. But again, we're tens of millions short. So that helps a little bit. But I think that really illustrates how those impact fees can be used, because our City Hall, most of that has to come from other funding sources because it's an existing facility and we can't use impact fees to fix an existing problem. As we need to add more rooms and things for City Hall, then you can charge impact fees for that and that. So we could use part of that impact fee fund to help in new city facilities. And same thing with public safety impact fees. That is nowhere going to cover the cost of a new facility, but it definitely adds to that. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Lane. That was a very packed 10 minutes.
Sorry.
That's okay. It was packed. And we're going to go to Councilmember Burnett first.
Thank you, Lane. I just had a couple of quick questions. I guess your buoyant attitude and hopeful, inspiring view is encouraging, but I'm just trying to get it through my head, or maybe overcome my fear that we, what's the term, the irrational exuberance of spending money that we're not sure how we can recover it. So on that one slide where you showed, there was a delta between our revenues and our expenditures. If you had to suggest at what point, well, already right now, I think we're kind of at a tipping point. Would you say we're, well, I'm not comfortable, I guess, with the delta right now. Are you concerned that if we diverge another 5 or 10%, that it's really going to impact daily operations?
Yes, if we diverge another 3 to 5%, I definitely would be concerned. What I'm feeling comfortable about is we have a 2-year budget that we'll be adopting, and so we're kind of balanced for the next 2 years, and so we don't have to worry about that gap for the next 2 years. We know that we do have a Hampton Inn that's going to be on board by then. That's going to be generating some decent sales tax or hotel tax revenue. We will be increasing some sales tax, but we definitely need some major new ongoing tax bases, and that's where the hotels and the Dunes development become very critical. And 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 we've had our Kaiser Marston, our financial analysts, they've looked at those projections from those hotels. We've had, it's a CBRE study, which is a independent study of hotels in this area and what they would generate. And so we're very comfortable with those new hotels that are being proposed. And we're talking 300 hotel rooms, and that would generate 2.3 million. That really is critical. Those hotels need to happen. They need to move forward. I would be very nervous if those hotels those plans didn't materialize in the next 3 to 6 months. Then yes, I would not be as upbeat and optimistic. But even with that said, I still think we need to look at other potential ongoing revenue sources that are available to us. Either that, or at some point you say, we're going to have to just cut back on some of our operational staffing or operational costs.
So my final question for this section then is, in a strict accounting notion, the budget is not balanced because the reliance on non-recuperating funds is part of this budget. So to my mind, to a strictly accounting feature, we're out of balance because we're depending upon funds that are not sustainable.
That is correct. So under our balanced budget resolution, I would have submitted to you a budget this year, and some of those vacant positions we would not have filled. And that's how I would have addressed that structural deficit, which we'll say is roughly $450,000 a year. And that is definitely achievable. We could have done that, and it would just be service level impacts to our community. But we definitely could have done that. But from the direction of the council was, and that deficit was due to COVID. It just 100% was due to COVID, wasn't anything else. Everything else in our economy is doing very well, is improving and moving forward. And so the direction at that point was, we're comfortable with how things are going. This is just a COVID blip. We're very confident that by 22, 23, we're going to be ahead of that COVID blip. But technically, we are structurally deficit, but we are so busy. It's amazing with COVID how busy we are as a city. And even when you look at the census growth projections on the peninsula is growing in Marina. And so we're building and planning for that growth right now. And that's always the difficult part, is when you're building the infrastructure for that growth, it's a little painful, but we're doing that.
Okay, those are my initial comments. Thank you.
Lane, what's the status of the Tatum Treehouse Park?
Brian can help with that.
Okay, well, the non-disclosure part of this is there is a all abilities group, park playground group that we're in discussions with. We have a memorandum of understanding that we have language put together that is under review. But we have a pretty good agreement as to roles and responsibilities for making that a reality. And that $1 million that's in the budget to go towards Dunes Park is that our commitment to that, as far as coming up with the grading plan for the overall park, restroom facilities, utility connections, getting everything ready for the playground portion of that park.
So Brian, do you feel pretty comfortable that the Tatum Treehouse Park is going to progress?
Yes, very comfortable.
Good. Well, that was the basis of my question. On
The only,
the,
Mayor, the only delay of that would be is the trees. And that has been an issue that's been raised, and there's trees that are kind of in that whole issue. And so as the structures are being removed, there've been some community issue raised about the trees, and that could delay that process.
so the trees might delay Tatum's treehouse.
Correct. Absolutely.
Ironic. All right. Can you go to the slide that shows the 26 worst streets and how to fund them and the three scenarios that we've seen multiple occasions? But my main question there is, do those 26, what is the total cost of those 26 streets? Is it 10.7 million or is it 5.4 million? You know, give me a ballpark estimate of how much it's going to cost to fix those 26 worst streets.
I think we're thinking that 5.7 plus 5.3, so we're talking 11 million. And I think that
10.8 million. Okay, so approximately 11 million, and we got about half of it that we can find that's kind of in our hands, and then the other half of it, in order to be most efficient and get them all done, we are going to be a little bit creative, and for that creativity, we're going to include that discussion in a future session. And
Correct.
you're thinking that the money coming from future land sales at the end of this year might be a great source. So my next question is, I saw a figure in your presentation that when the Dunes Phase 3 is taken down, quote, taken down, people like me think you're going to take down the buildings, but really we mean it's going to be bought and paid for. When we say taken down, we mean bought and paid for, bought by the developers and paid to the city. So I've heard 13 million, and then I've heard like half of that much. So can you explain the total 13 million? Do we get it? And then what about the 6.2 or 3 million half? How does that figure into the 13 point something million?
Sure. So under the, and this goes back to our agreement with FORA, Dunes taking down Phase 3 was roughly $26 million. And so half of that is what would come to the city. And that's kind of where we got that 13.5 million. I think there's some other offsets to that, that may be, really might be more like 11.5 million. I'll have to double check on those figures, but it's at that level. And that's for the Dunes Phase 3. And there are all indications, and I think Doug Yount used to be on here earlier. He might be able to give you a better sense on their timing. But they're selling their homes as fast as they can build them at this point. And we know for sure that they're taking down those below market rate units. The developer that was going to build those, they got their state tax credit, and they have to close on that, I think, by the end of this year, which is why they are moving forward on that part of it. So the 6.2 million, that is deducted from that. Let's say it's 11.5 million is what it is. That's where that 6.2 would come from. And then you would get roughly 5.3 million left over when they take down the rest of Phase 3.
Okay, so Phase 3 can be taken down in pieces, so the developer pays for it piece by piece. In this case, we're talking 2 pieces.
Correct. In the agreement, we gave them the ability to take it down for the below market rate homes, and then all the rest has to come in one chunk after that.
Okay. So we're likely to see 2 pieces, and the first one is in the $6 million range, and we don't have anything planned how to spend that. So it's an available source for 5.4 million to get all 26 of our worst streets done soon. All right, and then the 13 million, that's half of the 26 million that we don't get. Where does that go?
That would have gone to FORA, and so all the land sales were split with Fora, and so when Fora went away, but the dunes that was already taken care of. So I probably shouldn't even mention the 26 million. When they take down phase 3, that 13 million just comes. That's what they owe us.
Okay,
So the other I think they've already met all their future 4 obligations.
the other 13 million the developers keep.
Correct. Essentially, yeah. And Doug could help us explain that.
Yes, he is. Doug, let's move you to the panelists. And you should now be a panelist. So I don't see you, Doug, on the panelist, but you should be there. Go ahead, Doug, if you understood that question. If you're even not watching TV.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Mr.
hello,
Mayor?
Doug. Thanks for joining us.
Good. Here, I don't know what my camera looks like. I look like I'm in the dark, which we'll leave that joke alone. Okay, so yeah, Lane is correct. There is basically two segments of land payment for phase 3 at the dunes. One is for the BMR housing, the affordable housing complexes, the 2 complexes, one on MGen, one on 2nd Avenue, and that's the 6.2 million. And then that gets subtracted from the other amounts to go in a second phase, if you will, of payment next year. So it is our intention to both pay for the BMR complex and then the balance for phase 3 next year, by the end of next year for the balance of phase 3. So it would be 2 payments. You can reference the operating agreement. There's a calculation that was done there in paragraph, I was just reading through it, 4C, you can reference that, and it'll tell you, it walks through the formula how that works. And essentially there's a portion of the 6.2 million or 50% that's subtracted. And there's an additional portion that's given so that the city has its full half of the land sales that was originally contemplated at the 23.5 million. So the bottom line, it's about 8.6 million total once you've subtracted off the 6.2 million. The purchase price in phase 3 would be about 8.6 after paying for the affordable housing complexes. So there's it's significant resources coming to the city next year.
Doug, this year for the BMR portion of the payment, what's a ballpark estimate that you think the city will be receiving?
Well, the city would receive for the BMR complexes the 6.2 million.
Yeah.
6.2, it's 6.283, so 6,283,000 is what's contemplated for the for that payment, and it or 6,234,000, right, for that 140 units is the calculation that was done in the operating agreement, and I think the goal is by the end of the year, this calendar year, but I think it depends on a number of factors and timing of the grants or the tax credits that are provided from the state and so forth. So I wouldn't want to guarantee that it happens at the end of the year. The goal is definitely by springtime, though.
Okay, thank you, Doug. All right, Lane, Councilmember Burnett brought up an unbalanced budget, and I wanted to ask a couple questions. Is it true that our budget for 2 years that we're talking about tonight is somewhere around 55 to 58 million?
The total budget with capital improvements, airport budget, Abrams Preston Park budget, everything combined. I'm sorry. Yeah, 2 years for the general fund operating budget is roughly 55 million. Sorry.
55 million. So on that 55 million, I think we recently voted, maybe a month ago or more, that it was okay that we go over budget to some extent. And I think that some extent is being quantified tonight to be about $700,000 to $900,000 over budget. Is that?
That's
am I on
correct.
the- Okay, so on a $55 million a year budget, or should I say a $27 million a year budget for 2 years, 27 times 2, we're going to go over about 800,000 each of those years. So 800,000 on the first 27 million and 800,000 on the second 27 million.
No, actually, it's 800,000, 900,000 combined for the 2 years. So it's about 450,000 each year.
Okay, so we'll be overspending $450,000 more than we're bringing in on the first 27 million, and then also again on the second 27 million.
Correct.
Okay. The bridge at Imjin Parkway that goes over Highway 1, do we have to pay for that to be enlarged someday? And what's the cost of doing that?
Yeah, we don't have to. We would love for the state to do. I don't know if that would ever get to be a state priority. Brian can give us a sense of what that would cost. Maybe.
$100 million.
Okay. All right, but we're not required to.
Interchange. Yeah, interchange changes. So the city's done what it can with the implementing the signal changes, and at those intersections had set aside a couple $1 million for projects. Basically, it's, Caltrans has said they're not going to widen the bridge. They're not going to allow, any more capacity on that bridge without widening. So it gets pitched into a much bigger freeway interchange.
Okay. Does that
And
relate?
So,
Sorry. Does that relate to the Del Monte extension, or are they completely different? That interchange versus Del Monte extension, are they two separate?
The Del Monte extension can be implemented independently of that, but as the city was going forward, we were looking at the Del Monte extension as well as the interchanges on Highway 1, and looking at changes that would bring traffic into the downtown and actually facilitate interchange, improve the flow of traffic from Imjin onto Highway 1. So we weren't designing them in silos, really. We were kind of designing them to be part of an ultimate solution somewhere down the road in 20, 30 years.
Okay, so if we left the bridge alone, because it's a $100 million project, and instead we extended Del Monte Boulevard all the way to 2nd Avenue near REI and Target, and we had some new off-ramps, on-ramps, how much would those two projects combined cost, the Del Monte extension and the new on-ramps, off-ramps?
I think our Del Monte extension is probably approaching 15 million.
15,
range, 15 million, yeah, with the changes that we have to do at the ramps there for the interchange at Del Monte and 1.
Is that 15 million, does that include then new off-ramps and on-ramps?
It includes alterations to how those existing on-ramps and off-ramps interchange with Del Monte.
So after you did that, you'd be able to get on and off northbound and southbound. You'd be able to get on and off between Shell gas station now and the Imjin Parkway Bridge. Somewhere in there, in the middle of there, you'd be able to get on and off south and northbound.
You'd be able to get on and off south and northbound still at Imjin. You'd still be able to get on southbound from Del Monte just as it is. It wouldn't improve access to the freeway. It would just provide the Del Monte extension.
Okay. I'm getting a little afield, but I just want to understand the cost and what we were talking about that cost would buy. Okay. The remaining impact fees, you had a slide up there, Lane, probably was provided by Brian, and it had a 6.2 million starting figure, and then it had about a $3 million cost figure. And so my question is, what is the plan for that remaining half of that impact fee, $6 million sum.
So we don't have a plan right now. I think Brian will tell you that all the projects that we have right now, we don't have the capability to complete those projects in the next 2 to 3 years. And so our suggestion is we can't even add it. We can't complete all the projects that we have, even with adding additional staffing. And so we just kind of want to keep that fund balance. And then in the next year or 2 years, if a project does come up that we need that balances it's there and it's ready to be allocated. We're just saying we have no more bandwidth right now. It doesn't make sense to allocate it towards a project, but it's sitting there. And if something does come up, the council absolutely has the ability to tap into it at that point.
Okay. We received an email from the Professional Firefighters Association of City Marina by their president, advocating for a 3-person per shift, A, B, and C shift coming out of station number 2. As right now, they said we have 2 people on an engine, and they would like 3 people on an engine because there are some fire standards that recommend 4 people on an engine. But what might be a source of money, and when might that source become available to make that unfunded priority that was included in your presentation as an unfunded priority, a need? What source of money and what timeline might we be able to fill that unfunded need?
So I think if we're looking to fill it in the immediate future, we need a significant revenue source. And so we'd either need to look at taking to the voters a utility user tax, or you could do a general obligation bond, and part of that, could be allocated towards staffing for that. But again, that's a 2/3 majority. That's a little bit more difficult threshold. Those are the immediate ones. In 3 to 5 years, we know that we'll get this next little bump of TOT if those hotel projects go in and get built as planned.
Okay. My last question is regarding the Civic Center, the new fire station, maybe a new police facility, a senior center, a youth center. Last time we talked, August 10th, we had a number that was discussed of $36 million for a bond, perhaps on the November 2022 budget, and starting it as soon as possible, a committee of citizens and other leaders to work toward the possibility of a bond, such as, not necessarily, but such as a $36 million bond. So you gave a list tonight of Civic Center, fire, police, senior center. There was no mention of a youth center, but when you add all of those up, it comes to about 28 million. Well, we were talking about a $36 million figure, and whether how much that would cost the citizens, the property owners that would be paying it. So do you think that a $28 million to $36 million bond, if it was on the ballot in November 2022, could fund most of these unfunded facilities that we've been needing for a long time if it passed?
Oh, absolutely. It would address that, and it would get us in a position to where we have our long-term facility maintenance plan in place.
Okay. And I don't know if you told me this personally or publicly, but a $36 million bond, would that equate to about $80 per $100,000 of property asset value? Like my house, let's say my house is worth 400 grand. I would pay 400 times 80. I'd pay 4 times 80 or $320 a year.
So let me, if you can give me 30 seconds, I'm going to try to pull up an email from Kaiser Marston.
Okay, and you can come back to us. That's the end of my question. So go ahead and do that. But for now, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Mr. Mayor, let's see. Again, I'm just kind of focusing right now on the revenue part, since really so much of what we're wanting depends on that income. First, I want to say, based on a $55 million budget, and we're kind of approximating 450,000 as a deficit to explain that gap between revenues and expenses. I may be, incorrect in perceiving this, but that doesn't seem like a whole lot to be off. I mean, I think when I think of a balanced budget, yes, it's not balanced to the T, but just as a percentage of the total budget, it doesn't seem alarming to me. I certainly haven't worked on public jurisdictions budgets before, but can somebody confirm that this is not something to get too excited about?
Anytime you do a bond measure, it is it's touchy, but
No, I'm just talking about the 450,000 deficit in our budget.
I'm not concerned about that at all.
Okay, thank you. I didn't feel that way when I saw the numbers on. I guess it's one of the first charts that we have here, and the first line, is a deficit number, but it's, to me, that
it's small, and that number is based on COVID losses, and we're recovering really quickly from COVID. And so I'm very comfortable that a year from now, we're going to be completely recovered.
Okay, great. Did you want to respond to the mayor's? Did you find it, the memo or whatever?
I didn't quite find it yet.
That's okay. I don't think it's too relevant or important for tonight if it's buried somewhere, maybe later.
Okay, so may I continue then, Mr. Mayor? So I just wanted to make sure that I understood this. So I understand from Doug Yount that phase 3, by the end of this year, for phase 3, the first segment will be 6.2 million, and that's what we're contemplating right now to do the 26 streets repair. And then next year, he says, and I hope I heard him right, he said that we're doing 8.6 for the second part of phase 3.
Correct. So that was good news. That was higher than what I thought.
That is excellent news. So whatever we're thinking this year will be deficit 450,000. My gosh, next year we're going to have 8.6 million. So I think that makes me feel a little bit more, even a whole lot safer. Although of course, the whole, staffing or whatever some of our needs are, that could be gobbled up fairly quickly. But still, looking at revenue generation again. So the bond would cover 36 million, right? And we would use that for what were we just talking about for that bond, that for several different projects, right? Civic projects and stuff. Okay,
correct.
now
we would prioritize the facilities from.
Okay, but you've mentioned UUT tax several times over a period of time, and now you've mentioned it again. This one is a voter approved process, right? And it generates money annually. Like once we approve it, it's not a one-time shot like a bond, correct?
No, UUT, it's a one-time.
Oh, it's also a one-time.
Well, no, it's a one-time you take it to the voters, and once the voters approve it, it's an annual.
It's an annual revenue. Okay.
Correct.
How much would that be approximately? Can you say how much that would generate?
Yeah, it seemed like when we looked at it before, and we looked at different scenarios, it was, I think Bruce is right. It was around 2 million, but in that scenario, we had cut back really low, and even in that, I think we'd said anyone that qualifies like for your PG&E Lifeline, they don't pay any UUT, and so it was a pretty low, threshold. I would think with growth and stuff, you might be looking more like anywhere from 2 to 4 million annually.
Annually, okay. Okay, and how does that money get spent? Can it be on anything, or does it have to be specific?
Anytime you take a ballot measure, you have to lay out how you're going to do it. If it's going into the general fund, you can't. Like you do a ballot measure and you say this is strictly going to build this fire station, then it has to hit the two-thirds majority threshold. If you said, it's just going to the general fund, it only has to be the 51%. Now, in your ballot measure language, as we've done with previous ones, we would say these are projects that's going to go for building police facilities, fire facilities, staffing firefighters, fire engines.
Right.
And so you'd put that.
Are you talking both the UUT and the bond that you have to specify? Are you talking about one? I'm getting a little confused.
Yeah, anytime you have a ballot measure, you have to lay out
Got it.
what
So
it's
both.
going for.
So either of those.
Yeah.
Okay, so you would specify what it is specifically. And obviously there's a difference between 2 and 4 million versus a $36 million one. So obviously the coverage is going to be much more extensive for the bond. But the difference is that a UUT will generate that without having to go back to the voters, and it will generate that annually without us doing anything after that.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
I did pull up the GO bond number. So for a $30 million bond, and this was based on our current assessed value. So for every 100,000 of assessed value, it would cost $63 a year. So let's say if your assessed value of your home is 600,000, so you'd take 63 times 6. That's $378 a year is what that would cost your average homeowner, or take it by a month, it would be $31 a month if you did a $30 million bond.
Okay, that's good news. Okay, then where would I find the TOT? Because we've been talking about hotels and stuff, and currently, I mean, right now we have so many hotels. What percentage of our revenues are coming from these hotels?
Marisol, if you can, or Juan, we can pull up the budget. I think
I can see gas tax. I can see sales tax.
Yeah.
I don't understand how to
There
read.
should be. I don't have that breakdown.
Sorry,
for the TOT.
can you see my screen? Hopefully I'm sharing the right side.
Yes, we can see it. It's a little small font, but we can see what you're presenting.
Let me see if I can zoom in. So the budget that we submitted, we were still working on some schedules that we wanted to include. So we'll be including this general fund major revenue section with more detail in the final budget document.
So can you
so
scroll?
Probably,
so where's
can
you scroll up or down to show where the
there we go.
TOT is?
There's
There's the TOT.
Is that 4 million?
Yeah, 3.7 and 3.9 for the projected 2 years.
And so what that shows is the 4.1 million was pre-COVID. The 2.8 was COVID. It shows how much we lost. And then we're gradually getting that back. And so we think the second year, the budget will be pretty close. And I think with the Hampton opening, will probably be right where we were pre-COVID with hotels, with TOT.
Good. And on that listing on one of the slides, you said between 3 and 5 years, and Does that include the Dodwall's hotel behind the Spring Hill Marriott too? Did you include that?
Yes, that's included with
Okay.
that. So with that and the CDEC Hill, we're saying, and this is conservatively, we're looking at 2.3 additional hotel tax.
Yeah, because that's 3 then. We have the Hampton and we have the Dodwell. I forgot what's the name of that one behind
That's
there?
the Home 2 Suites.
Home 2 Suites and then the CDEC Hill.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So just judging from what we've been talking about, I think that we have some good revenue coming in. But again, you're looking for long-term stability, not just one-time kinds of things, so that we have UUT tax or we have bond as options. And they're very different in terms of the amount of money they generate, but they're very different from each other. Okay, and okay.
Like, one of the things as you talk about long-term stability, and I'll go back to Elizabeth Fisher's comments, and it's really appropriate. We've been able to get a hold of our vehicle and equipment, but the maintenance of our existing parks and landscape and streets, yet we don't do that without additional funding source. I mean, people can scream at us all they want, but we have to have an additional funding source. So when they say put these maintenance plans in place, let's improve these, we have to have a funding source to do that.
Right. Right. And this is a sort of a minor issue, but the escrow for a bond, we are possibly getting 6.5 million by the end of this year, apparently, right? From the other bond.
So we'd estimated over the 3 to 5 years that we would get 6.5 million. And so this is the first year. And what we go back is we get because these bonds actually have been issued, but they can't be released until we get the assessed value increase, that property increase. So for this first year, those property value increased so much that we were able to release 3.5 million of that total 6.5 million. And because it's increasing so much, we had to schedule in interest payments on that bond. Well, the interest payments we think are going to be much shorter now, and so we really think it's going to be 7 million, and we'll probably be able to draw that down maybe by next year, or for sure the next 2 years. So we already have 3.5 million now. We can expect another 3.5 million. Again, that has to either go to blight or renovating these specified facilities on former Fort Ord property. Can't go anywhere else.
Yes, and so we're kind of targeting maybe our sports center.
Correct.
6.5 million. Okay, and I know a little bit about the kind of risks and assessments of when and how much the FORA bond should be, and I wanted the public and fellow council people to know that you pegged it correctly, and that's why we are able now to take down this money so early. And so I really applaud you on that, because I just think that we take for granted some of these sort of pots of money that come to us as though, it just happened, and it didn't. It took a lot of evaluation to know that this could possibly have happened. So, and I think for the public to also understand that the sports center, we're allocating $6.5 million to it. So when we talk about these public facilities, we absolutely don't take for granted the amount of money it takes to get these facilities in shape. And then, as Lisbeth has hounded us for, that's not even counting the maintenance of it. So I just want people to understand, the cost to the city of these kinds of programs, and they're very important and they're necessary, but we at the same time should not sort of diminish how we get there and what it takes to continue to sustain it too.
Well, I appreciate your comments about the escrow bond, because that really was us going to Fora and said, you know, there's this other, when they did the Fora bond, we said there's this other mechanism, escrow bonds, that could apply. And other cities looked at it and they said, you know, we aren't too sure about it. And they just walked away and left money on the table. Initially, our financial people looked at it and they said, they thought we could do 4 to 5 million, but as we looked at that closer, we were much more comfortable going up to 6.5 million. The risk of the 6.5 million is we pay a larger amount of interest, and so we had to hit that balance. But we actually pushed that from 5 to 6.5, and it looks like it's really going to be 7. And
Great.
and so.
So wonderful.
We have a good financial team. So I appreciate that you recognize that.
It's wonderful. Thank you very much. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
You're muted, Bruce. Mayor, sorry.
That's okay. You can call me Bruce. So we probably need a motion to go past 10 o'clock, and then we're going to need a motion relative to the budget. We haven't had a break. So I'm going to make a motion that we go beyond 10 o'clock until we finish this item tonight, and that we start by taking a 5-minute break. So that would be my motion for now. And we welcome Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
I second the motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion? All right, Anita, can we have I'm sorry, Christina Medina Dirksen, your hand is up. Go ahead, Christina.
No, I'm sorry. That was a question for continuing after Mayor Pro Tem. But
Okay.
we can go ahead.
All right, so let's have a roll call vote, take a 5-minute break, and then we'll finish this item if it passes.
Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes,
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll see everybody just a minute or two after 10 o'clock.
film out to you tonight after the meeting, and we'll get it posted on the website. But definitely appreciate everyone reviewing over the weekend and the comments and the things we left out. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, that was a good email you sent. And then you did incorporate a couple August 10th line items in tonight's presentation. So you must have worked late on it, or today, long hours.
Always good to get the budget. It's always going to be long hours when you get your budget in.
Yeah.
We're all used to that.
Yeah, Marty Sold must have put, I don't know, surely tens of hours into it, maybe as much as 100.
And that's almost a nice welcome for Mr. Lopez.
Yeah,
Welcome. Here's our budget.
Came in just at the right time, right? After Marisol pretty much completed it.
He's going to come take credit, huh? But we know Marty
Good
Sold.
timing. Good timing.
He is.
All right. Well, let's go ahead, Lane.
I think we're really happy with our finance team. I think we're getting some good people in, and as they, over the next year, 2 years, and this is, as Eric Frost always told us, when he got in, for a city our size of 25,000, he said, we literally have the complexity of a city of 200,000 with all of our RDAs and and all these different pots of money and affordable housing and leases, and we are very complex. But with that said, we've got a good group with Juan and Marisol and our finance staff. Then the next couple of years, they're going to understand all these little nuances of our city, and we're going to be in great shape in the future.
So we'll resume our meeting. And Councilmember Medina, Christina Medina Dirksen, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're still in questions point, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, and we're soon going to morph into making a motion and having brief comments. So I think officially, Lane and Bob, I think we have, at this point, we have brief comments before a motion, even though our practice has been motion and then brief comments. When we looked it up a few weeks ago, we found out that the brief comments are okay before we make a motion. But if you could confirm that, that would answer Christina's question. Where are we right now?
Yes, I think that is correct, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Okay, then I feel like I'm in a good place. I didn't ask very many questions because I think staff did exactly what we had anticipated or had hoped they would do after having, from November, Juan, you weren't here, but we had priority setting sessions, February, I'm sorry, not November, January, February.
December 10th.
Yeah.
December.
That's right. And then we had some more in the strategic planning. So I feel that this has been an incredibly comprehensive process. When I see that $450,000 is our deficit, and we've got to remember cities like Monterey had $35 million last year and over 100 layoffs. And we can take a look at where we are financially. I'm really proud of where you have taken our city. I'm really grateful to this council and the prior council for having foresight to trust. But my question goes from here, what's next? Do we adopt? My question is, because we started going into an area where the bond, or talking about a bond, do the next steps involve adopting the budget and then coming back for a later time to direct staff to explore this? One of the reasons I ask is because it's very clear that we have no major tax generator. You know, if Joby were to finally I'm so terrible with cliches, but if they were to bank on us, you know, we have a very strong future there. But with no major tax generators, most of them being in retail and services, I mean, an ask of certain constituents of our community, particularly those on fixed incomes, and in my district, HOA committed communities, it's an ask that may not be very California is already an overburdened tax state, but what people don't realize is it doesn't trickle down to us and the local jurisdiction. So my question is, do we, are we ready? What is the next step? Do we direct you to pursue sessions to come back and explore this bond idea? And I just, again, wanted to say I feel very confident in what you've presented. There really isn't anything other than the broadband that I would have liked to see more about. You've taken care of recreation. You're taking care of our streets. And I'm very grateful for what your staff, you, Marisol, Matt, and the staff have presented. So if you would answer that question, that would be great.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so what we would propose tonight is approve the budget as presented, the budget document. That won't be the final document. We'll come back with the final, but you'll approve it, and then we'll have graphs and charts and you'll put in some more detail. But the numbers all being approved, and then those projects that we're proposing to come from those unallocated fund balances, approve all those projects. And if there's any tweaks or modifications, let us know that. And then as you said, we'd want direction to come back and schedule a study meeting to sit down and talk about how we're going to address these future needs. And hopefully really do that. I'd like to do that before the end of this year, really sit down and really start exploring that.
If I can follow up on that, I think what was very instrumental was having that community survey in terms of giving the public an opportunity to weigh in. And we are addressing them with our roads, our recreation, our public safety. I just really would like to ensure that the public is involved in this process, because an ask of $378 a year might not seem that much to some people, but it is significant for others. So we definitely have to get the feel of our community and see. And also, I just wanted to comment on the user utility tax. We did have one in the past, but there was a sunset date. So when I just want to clarify, when you did say that it's ongoing forever, we had one of the things that voters often do is they're unsure that we are being fiscally responsible. So by putting a sunset date on it, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we are spending in a way that they can have confidence in. So it's sunsetted. So to ask that again, didn't we just go there? So I think it's also, again, I worry about our community being a working class community. We are not by means. I looked at the demographics, and we're a young community. Average age is 35. We're a working class community, so we really have to respect the wishes of what our constituents can burden.
Christine, it almost sounds like you had maybe a dryer going in your background. So next time you speak, if there's some background
I'll turn it
noise-
off. Sorry, I'll go turn it off.
I haven't heard a dryer in a while. I mean, anyway, yeah.
It's in my kitchen.
No problem. Just want to let you know that for future. All right, let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Apologies for being late. And I actually had most of my questions answered prior to council meeting. So though I do want to bring up something that maybe was touched on before I got here. My concern is that we are in October and our budget was supposed to have been completed by June. Are there any negative ramifications?
No, we adopted a continuing resolution, and so we are in fine shape. It's a little bit more administrative work on our staff end, but we definitely would like to get a budget adopted in place, get our final document, get it posted on the website, get it out there to the public, and get it to all of us so we can start referencing that as we make decisions.
Okay. All right. And then just as a sort of side note, my hope is that if we're going to be committed to taking such a long process, which fine, that we start earlier for our next budget. Thank you.
Thank you. from my mute here. Thank you very much, Lisa. Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to, don't want to cut off debate, but I do plan to make a motion of rejecting staff recommendation for adopting the budget. And I would like to direct staff to come back with a balanced budget at its earliest opportunity. I think the characterization of this as being slight, minor, insignificant, really glosses over the underlying issues that the city hasn't dealt with. So I think, true, we haven't had the impacts as of other cities have had, but I think we are at the state we are today because of past council's rigid, dogged determination to hold a balanced budget as a sign of progress and of belief in our own resolve. So for that, when the time comes, that will be my motion. Thank you.
All right, David, I think we're there. So go ahead and proceed with a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we reject the proposal by staff for the budget as it was identified and direct them to come back as soon as possible with a budget that is truly balanced and doesn't rely on non-sustaining funds.
Thank you, David. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. I'd like to make a substitute motion. It's a 5-part motion, and the first part of it is that we accept the 4 recommendations that are in our staff report, that we adopt the resolution before us, we reaffirm the council policies, we reaffirm the budget adjustments and realignments, and we authorize the finance director to make necessary accounting entries. Those 4 that are listed in the recommendation on page 1 of our staff report. That's item number 1 of my motion. Item number 2 is that we approve the spending recommendations that are in our staff report on pages 2 and 3. So no changes to those staff report items on pages 2 and 3. And then we do 3 other things that are mentioned in the presentation tonight, but they're relatively new, so they weren't in our staff report. And the third piece of this, and the first of 3 additional, so my 3rd, 4th, and 5th are still coming here. So number 3, that we do allocate $300,000 for 2 years of a landscape architect arborist coming from the community improvement project funding of $640K. And that number 4, that we do spend allocate the $3 million for downtown improvements as listed in tonight's report, but that we affirm that $1 million of that is included to go toward Del Monte Boulevard median improvements. And lastly, number 5 component of this motion is that we do seek to find the $5.4 million needed of the total $10.x million to do our 26 worst streets, to repair those, rebuild those, and that we look toward the phase 3 monies coming at least by spring of 2022, maybe sooner, that we've heard about tonight, that we use that money to implement scenario 3 that staff has presented to us on a few occasions as the most efficient way to fund those 26 streets. So that would be my 5-piece motion. If there would be a second, then we
I'll
could.
second it. And may I also add something? I believe that Lane had a few things that he identified that we should direct the staff to come back at least by the end of the year to discuss. And Lane, could you tell us what the issues that you wanted us to address?
Just wanted to start having a discussion on our unfunded facility and staffing and other needs like that.
Unfunded
Staffing, facilities,
staffing and facilities. Okay. Okay.
and other infrastructure.
And infrastructure. Okay. So can we add that to the motion, please?
Yes, so I'll accept the friendly amendment that staff comes back by the end of the year. I'm not sure if Lane's ready to commit to that, but we'll talk about that in a moment to
How
discuss.
about as
unfunded
soon as
staff-
possible?
Okay, as soon as possible. So staff come back as soon as possible to discuss unfunded staffing, comma, facilities, comma, and other infrastructural needs.
Yes.
May I ask with, do we need to say the magic word of bond? Exploration of bond? Or exploration of instruments to support such needs?
Yeah, I think when we talk about especially facilities and infrastructures, we're talking about civic center, fire station, et cetera. But if you want to be more specific, you
Well,
can
I
suggest.
just wanted to be specific about the mechanism, like some sort of financial instrument to,
How about and funding options or something like that? So,
Okay, so yeah, how about we say that staff come back as soon as possible, discuss funding options for unfunded staffing, comma, facilities, comma, and other infrastructural.
Great,
needs.
great, great.
Okay,
And I second
so-
the motion.
All right, let's go to Christina, let's go to Councilmember Burnett and then Christina Medina Dirksen.
No, I've made my comments. That was raised from before.
Okay, thank you, David. Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
this is for either Bob Rathie or for Lane Long, our city manager. Is there any obligation, anything in our ordinance or anything legally that precludes us or that mandates that we pass a balanced budget? Or is this just sort of a thing that, can you explain to me what our obligations are as far as passing a purely balanced, and if you can expound on what balanced means, budget, please?
So we have a resolution that was passed that requires me as the city manager to present to the council a balanced budget. And essentially, it's balanced with ongoing expenditures are greater than, or ongoing revenues are greater than or equal to ongoing expenditures. And I have that obligation. And so in our budget hearings early on, we talked about that and the council said, okay, you directed me, acknowledging that resolution, to present a budget to you that if it wasn't able to be balanced, it's fine to be able to fund these these positions that we're trying to fill. And we've done that previously. When I first got here as a city, we were running in a 1.5 million annual deficit, and the council gave direction to pull monies from other sources that would not have that we wouldn't have a structurally balanced budget, but they didn't want to eliminate all these positions. And so the obligation is to present that to you. The council gave me direction to present it as I did. I think that meets our resolution obligation. Bob Rathie, if you want to jump in and add any more to that.
I think that's correct. There's no legal obligation that the budget be balanced. However, it was council direction as expressed in a resolution and subsequently, I guess, modified.
So you're saying that it is part of a resolution, but it's been modified and you've been directed to bring us as close as possible to balance. Is that correct?
Yep.
A resolution is just essentially direction from the council. It can be given verbally as well as expressed in a formal resolution of the council.
Okay, then I have a follow-up.
I should say it could be given verbally by consensus of the council.
By consensus. Then I do have another question. Considering that we have the ARPA money, would, in your opinion, city manager, would we have sufficient amount of money to balance our budget with that ARPA money?
Yes.
And I think about it as like fungible in that one category has, let's just say recreation, 500,000 in expenditures that would qualify for ARPA money. So you move it up here and we're equal.
That's a good question, because it would go back into our, I'm trying to debate, is that going into our one-time revenue pot? Because like if it went to fund staffing, it's only for that 1 year period of time. So it's not necessarily ARPA would be going into the ongoing pot. So
Let me just rephrase my question. Would ARPA money, if allocated into this next budget, balance us?
From the, yes, it would balance this, but I'm not sure it would, those aren't going to necessarily count as ongoing revenue. So it wouldn't be balanced according to the balanced budget resolution.
Sorry for that. That's a very technical question.
I know.
Okay, let's go. If you're finished, Christina, we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to say this because after the vote, I won't be able to talk about the motion or this process, but I think, Lane, you have said in this meeting that we've never had such a robust budget review in all the years that you've been here. And I just want to say that I think it has been really great that we pull together every possible desires of the public and the council, and we had a rank order vote that gave a little bit more solidity to all the wishes, and then we went out to the public and had a massive mailer, and you have summarized both of those things. And I will tell you, looking back at the rank order list of just the mandatory bucket of money, the 44 projects, not the 109. But I look at that, I haven't looked at it for so long, and I go, wow, this is amazing. This is amazing that we have done so much. I mean, those lists were never meant to be dictates about what you must have on the budget, but I'm just astounded at how much we have been able to accomplish and with so little. So I want to say that though this budget process seems to have been elongated and very difficult for especially the staff who are really operating on a shoestring, I am just very, very pleased, and I can't tell you how proud I am of our council and our city and our public for doing such a marvelous job. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And I'd like to say that I think Lane said in 30 years, he hasn't had such a robust budget process, but maybe I heard him wrong. But yeah, I think our budget process since December 10th has been somewhat unprecedented, somewhat unusual. But since 2008, when we had penny pinching councils for good reason, remember the worldwide crisis, economic crisis. So we were very fearful financially that we would be able to hang on. And so that put us in a mindset of penny pinching, watching every nickel. And even then, we had unspent millions of dollars that we were holding on to because we were afraid we would need them. So we didn't want to spend them because of the crisis we were going through. And since 2008, we've always had a reason to hold on to the money. And so we've never spent it. And it grows into 3 million, 5 million, 8 million, 12 million. And we still hang on to it because there's always good reasons, rationale to do so. Then in 2018, our public voted by ballot to give us more money. And so we have more money now to do all the things we've never done and to do things better that we have done. And so from our current and previous residents, where this money has come from, we need to improve our city while many of them are still here. The money that we have now came from our current and prior residents. And we don't need to hold on to it for another 12 years because many of them will move on in one form or another. It's their money. They've been asking us to improve various things. So when it comes to better maintenance of parks and streets and streetlights, when it comes to more beauty in town, take a look at our Del Monte Boulevard median and tell me that we don't need more beauty in town. Finally, we've waited a long time to have this amount of money to do all these things the staff has done. People are crying out for more activities in town, primarily family activities, but also for seniors. We need more activities in town. And all of this budget action we're doing tonight, talking tonight about, is going to bring more things to do in town, while everyone who's here now is still living here and able to do those activities. All that stuff I just mentioned requires more staff. We've had a skeletal police, a skeletal fire, a skeletal public works crew, a skeletal planning staff. You can't do those more things without more people. And so the budget tonight gives us the people, and it gives us the parks, and it gives us everything that we've always been hoping for since 2008 and prior to 2008. So I'm more excited than I've ever been about a budget, because we're not just keeping the lights on. We're finally making the town more beautiful, more active, more fun, better maintained, and we're finally getting more people on that were either frozen out or never contemplated. So I'm very excited for what staff has brought us tonight. And I think it's been a good team effort between the public giving us the money and telling us what to do with it, council listening over several sessions, and staff continually reiterating or revising the budget as they heard the incoming feedback to get to tonight's proposal. Even tonight, we had some revisions and some additional suggestions by staff, and that's all wrapped up into the budget discussion tonight. So I'm really thankful to everybody that's had any role in this project. And I'm really thankful that Juan Lopez is our new finance director, and he gets to implement and watch where all this money is going, because it is sort of complicated to me anyway. And I'm just glad that we have Juan now that we're about to pass this, what it seems like we're about to pass this very large budget. And it's a different kind of budget than we've passed before. And I'm really happy that we have a augmented finance staff to deal with everything we're talking about. Okay. So any other comments? No. So let's go to a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Did we go to the public?
Wait, do you want public comment?
Sorry. Let's go to the public. So we had public comment earlier. So people who had to go to bed early or whatever had their chance to comment. So those who haven't commented yet, who are with us in the public, feel free to raise your hand. We're going to start with Chad Hutchins. Chad, thanks for being patient tonight.
No worries, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming you can all hear me quite well.
Yes.
All right, counter started. All right, so I'll be very brief, especially since my previous comments about the budget and the priorities are already on record. But really, it's the, get this budget passed tonight. Let's get moving forward as a city. I believe, like you said, Mayor and the rest of the council as well. You've had a ton of public comment. You've had great meetings with, especially during COVID as well. It would be terrible to send staff back again to go and change direction on them again after they've done so much hard work. And as Councilmember Berkeley has said, we're in October already. We should have been done. And it's no fault to really anyone. This is because this is an incredible budget. Realistically, there's a lot of cool things. It's great things to see that could be happening, that hopefully should be happening. My urge is to let's not wait on this any longer. Let's get pressing forward. Let's get moving as a city. And if you explain to the city residents, I understand that being penny pinching, being a new homeowner here in Marina myself, it's a lot of taxes. I get it. But if we see progress, we're going to want to continue that progress. If you keep hoarding money, if you keep hoarding our money, and when there's no progress, another cop, another fire person, anything like that, people are going to get complacent. They're going to get tired of waiting. get staff the staff they need to push forward on this. Let's get moving. And that's all. Thanks, council. Hope to hear the vote soon.
Thank you very much, Chad. Anyone else wishing to comment, please raise your hand. We'll give everyone a couple of moments to do so. Tommy, I'm surprised. You always have a lot of input. There you go. All right, go ahead, Tommy.
All right, good evening. Looks like you guys got another big budget. Just wanted to know if you guys are, I guess you had a legal battle with the desal plant because obviously water is an issue. Are you guys budgeting for legal matters, you know, such as the desal fiasco that went on? I know that was quite a bit, but I'm assuming you guys are putting aside money for legal matters. I guess I'll be doing my budget as a personal budget. So I'm assuming that taxes, sales tax, hotel, property taxes, business taxes, utility taxes, bonds, I'm assuming all that's going up. So I just need to know how much that's going to go up so I can do my budget just like anybody else. I mean, it's to the point where it's just more taxes than I see what's actually being done to the city. I don't see any results really. I know you sounds like you guys are working on it, and it sounds like that's what this budget's all about. But as far as road improvements, I hope Andrew circles on that. I hope the Carmel Avenue at Del Monte's, I hope that project's on the road project list. I mean, that's definitely needed. I can't even ride my bike on those roads anymore. I guess when is actually Zoom going to be ending? I mean, I know you guys are rapidly passing a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff got passed through this COVID, which is, you know, we kept the city moving. That's great. But when is everything going to get back to reality? I know my church is all back to normal with precautions, of course, but I'm just wondering when Zoom's going to end. See, I got some other notes here. The downtown project, I don't know. I look at that as more as a housing project with a big parking lot. I mean, I don't even shop anymore. I just go online. It's just so simple. I mean, I'm not even the new generation. But if you want to build a downtown, I just don't see it. I see it as a housing project. And I think you're building out quite fast. I know you need the revenue, obviously, with all the projects you have. It's just unbelievable. I think the university should build out with its housing. It's just, I know you want to grow, you're looking for revenue, but it's just, I just, you know, it's just, only thing I'm looking for is, you know, I want to live in an area that has clean air, good water, less noise, less traffic, and everything is just going in the opposite direction the way I see it. I mean, it's almost to the point where, you know, maybe I have to move away and find another place that's not going through this tremendous growth. I think you have way too many projects and not enough staffing. I've been hearing that for years. And then the projects you do want are all city things, like a city building, a new police station, more firefighters, more fire trucks. I don't see, you know, it's just this reversing thing that's just going to come right back around, and you're going to be stuck with you won't be able to balance your budget. I mean, it's just, I don't see it. I mean, and we're just thinking that the economy is going to get better if we don't go into an economy that's going to go in the other direction. We're assuming a lot of things. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Right. Thank you very much, Tommy. And we'll answer some of those questions that we can. Anyone else wishing to speak before we close public comments? Okay, we'll go and close public comment. And Tommy, on page 2 of our staff report, it answers your first question about legal costs for groundwater protection. It says that Staff's proposing to add an additional 700,000 for each year over the next 2 years to cover legal costs related to litigation of groundwater protection. Your second question about when is Zoom going to end? Let me ask our city manager to address that question.
Well, under the new state laws, we will be re-looking at it every 30 days, but I think with the uptick in COVID variants and things like that, maybe target the start of the new year, coming back live. That would be a date that I would throw out. I can't see us doing all these changes by the holidays or during the holidays. So that would be the earliest day I would toss out.
Thank you. Did anyone note any questions that I may have overlooked from the public comment? All right. Well, if not, let's go to a roll call vote, please, Anita.
On the substitute motion, Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Can you tell me, is that Mayor Delgado's?
Yes.
the
Yes,
substitute motion is the one Mayor Delgado made.
thank you. I vote yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
For the reasons I've listed before, no.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thanks again. That motion passes 3 to 1 to 1 with Councilmember Berkeley abstaining and Councilmember Burnett in opposition. But lastly, just say thanks to staff. You really made this happen, and it's been a lot of work that we don't see, except a little bit of it in these meetings, but we know that a lot of work comes from all of our departments. And thank you to all the people on the line tonight, Eddie and Jeff and Donna, Terry, Tina. Thank you, Juan. Great to have you here. Doug McCowan, thanks for helping out with the studies recently on trying to share the fire station or not with Seaside City Council. And just appreciate everyone's contributions. Bob, thank you for being here tonight. To Tina, thanks for hanging in there. You got dressed up, Tina.
Yes, she did. One question for Lane. Where do I send the treats, the thank you gifts? Will staff be in on Friday?
I would say send them to Shep and we'll distribute them. Actually, the real person that's going to need the treats is Brian McMahon, because most of these capital projects are going to go on his plate, and he's going to be very busy.
Well, expect some cheesecake cremations coming your way.
All right, thank
We won't
you.
turn those down.
Thank you, Brian, for your endless work on this.
It's called career security.
Good job, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you,
Have a nice
Mayor.
evening.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thanks.